Okay, I am running late here, so panic. Let's see. Hello, if anyone is there. I still need to get out the going live message. Let me do that quick. Let's see. Ooh. And there we go. Hey there, Jeremy. How's it going? Oh my. There. And we put one there. And we put one there. I live. Guardian Tales World 16 update today. Paused you? Yeah. Soon, trademark. Game capture. There we go. And the next hero update that we all totally don't know. I wonder who it could be. Her. Channeling my inner Minecraft villager. Game capture? Thank you, game capture. Let's see, where were we last week? That's right, say it again in red. The rare Battler W.
Beatrice.
Beatrice. Kai the Total Stranger. Well, yeah, by next hero update, you mean, like, shouldn't that be 2 weeks from now? Because with World 16, shouldn't they be releasing, oh, what's-her-face? I forget the queen's name. The Queen of Canterbury. Who is now commander of one of the invasion armies. Camilla, yeah. Yeah, shouldn't they be releasing Camilla? Beat World set or World 11 somehow using that trash team comp. Nice. Yeah, this update. Yeah. I might use my tickets on her. Depends what her moves are. Like what exactly she has and all that. Well, and also got to take into account her team bonus. I forgot. I might have seen what it was, but now I forget. It was like... Yeah, I have no idea. I think she was... Well, I think she's ranged. I do like ranged characters more. But I feel like I remember something about her being good with a spear, and then being sad that they don't have spears. I don't know. Meanwhile, free summons this update. Oh yeah. Right, I forgot about the free summons. It's good we have those though, because I am like extremely low on gems. I went ahead and bought all of the costumes in the shop that have set bonuses. I've been trying to collect everything with set bonuses to make my teams more powerful. Going for Camilla banner because you already have Andrus? Oh, okay, so they synergize well. Excellent. Or wait. No, Camilla's basic, isn't she? Or I don't know. Holding back gems though, just in case. Yeah, probably a good idea. I'm just going full Pega because I have my tickets to fall back on. Oh, Camilla is dark? Okay. Has a defense reduction effect? Ooh. Unless you have Claude and Ogma. Yeah, I really got to get Ogma's sword sometime. The gun is nice, but it just doesn't really work with the tanker. It doesn't have enough damage, I think. I don't know. I use Claude in a lot of my raids. Usually Claude... yeah, I'd say I use him the most, and then, I'm not sure, maybe I use Andrus a fair amount? I mean, every now and then. But I use Kamail a lot. Oh, and Beth. That's right, I leveled up Beth and all that. So I've been using Beth a lot. Best dark raid team now is Claude, Ogma, Camilla, and Camo. Or wait. I was thinking the co-op raids. Whoops. Yeah. For normal raids, yeah. Andrus. I mean, I have my team set up into elements, you know. Pretty much, well, not every hero that is 3-star, but most of my 3-star heroes have a spot on teams, although some of them still need to be leveled up. Yeah. Okay. I think that should be enough time to get people in here. Let's see. Yeah, last week we had a rare battler win. Say it again in red. Let's... Where? Oh yeah, what happened before this? Oh yeah, Rosa had just said that she killed Beatrice. And that was supposed to be a very important thing between Battler and Beatrice, their game. People have their copium ready for Heroes Kai. I do wonder what that's all about. I don't know. I'm just interested in Camilla at the moment. Okay.
先ほどから呼んでおる。聞こえなんだか?
Beatrice, I've been calling for you for some time now. Did you not hear me? What you're thinking is the hero, or is the name misspelled?
そうであったか。すまぬ。ぼんやり考え事をしていた。許せ。
Hmm? Were you? My apologies. I was lost in thought. Forgive me.
良い天気だな。なるほど。陽気に心を奪われるのもわかるというもの。紅茶はここで飲むか？
The weather is pleasant. Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart. Will you have your black tea here?
わらわは何者なのか。
Who am I?
今紅茶を持ってくる。しばし待て。
I will bring some tea now. Wait here for a while.
紅茶は良い。わらわの話に付き合え。
Forget about the tea. Talk with me.
よかろう。
Very well. Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being. But his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. I think they Hero's Kai or Hero Kai. Is there no hero here? Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence. Wait a minute, yeah, this is old Kinzo. What is old Kinzo doing here with Beatrice? What?
Warawa wa nanimono nano ka?
Have to find out later in 9+ hours. Yes. Well, more like 25 hours, or 24 hours. I mean, where did I get 25? I don't know why my brain does things sometimes. Yeah, I'll have to wait until tomorrow's stream.
この問いに今日まで答えてくれた者はおらぬ。なぜか皆目をそらし、はぐらかす。
Who am I? Until today, no one has answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me.
そなたとは長い仲だ。わらわはそなたを無二の友であり、そして父ですらあると思っておる。だからどうか教えてほしい。そなたは知っているはずだ。わらわが何者であるかを。
I have known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father. That is why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am.
なぜにそのようなことが気になるのか。そなたはベアトリーチェ。この屋敷の主ではないか。それ以上の何を知りたいというのか。
Why are you so worried about something like that? You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion. Is that not so? What more could you want to know?
わからぬ。
I do not know. What is going on here? I don't know what's going on here. Nobody knows anything. Ah.
なんだ。何が知りたいのか自分でもわからぬというのか。それは不可解な。若き日には出口なき思考の迷路にて遊びたくなることもある。
Hey there, Tavio. So you do know what's going on here? Yeah. Hmm.
そなたの悩みもそれであろ
I feel like I'm on an acid trip already. What's this? Don't you even understand what it is you want to know? How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit. Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning.
やはりそなたもそれを語ってはくれぬのか。
So you won't tell me after all.
う。語ることなど何もない。そなたはベアトリーチェだ。それで十分ではないか。
There is nothing to tell. You are Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough?
いや違う。わらわが知りたいのは名前ではない。わらわが何者なのかだ。わらわは誰で、何で、いつからここにいて、そしていつまでここで日々を過ごせばよいのか。
No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. I want to know who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here? And how long will I have to continue my days here?
やはり紅茶を持ってこよう。せっかくの陽気がもったいないとは思わぬか。
I really should bring some black tea. Don't you think it a waste of all this fine weather?
これは何の話だ。どうやらお前の昔話のようだが。
What's this all about? It looks like it's probably the story of your past, right? Can't be the past though. Kinzo is really old. Unless this is like right before the family conference or something.
そのようだな。まさかここまで遡るとは。
Something like that. You think I would go this far back?
自分は誰なのかとはまたえらく高尚な悩みをお持ちのようじゃねえか。
Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then. Wondering who you were. What?
無理もないわ。当時のわらわは自分が何者なのか、何のために生きているのかを理解できなかった。
That is to be expected. At the time, I was unable to understand who I was, or why I was alive. Play a game yesterday, and whenever you would use a certain ability for the new character they released, it would crash the game. Oh boy. What do you think is a problem that could have been known if YouTubers tested the character against each other? It doesn't crash when used on bots made by the game. Oh my. Well, now I'm curious. What game is this?
ま、誰でも思春期になると自分の生きる意味とは何ぞやみたいな哲学的な悩みに一度は囚われるものさ。お前にもそんな微笑ましい時期があっただけという話だろ。
Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is in their life. Doesn't this just prove you had a charming period like that at one point?
わらわは生まれた時からその屋敷におった。そして屋敷の中だけで生きた。もちろん庭には出られたが、敷地はとても高い柵で囲まれており、それを出ることはできず、また出てはならないと厳しく言われておった。
I had been inside that mansion since the time of my birth, and I lived only inside the mansion. Of course, I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I was unable to leave through it, and I was told severely that I mustn't leave. Nani?
わらわはな、屋敷と庭は自由に歩けたが、その外へは自らの意志ではたった一歩出ることさえ叶わなかったのだ。
I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted. The ability, by the way, is mind control. They probably never tested it out against a live player on the receiving end of it. Probably crashes because the game can't understand why your controls disappear or something. Ah, yes. Spaghetti code. It do be like that.
そりゃどういう意味だよ。物心ついた時からずっとカゴの鳥だったって言いたいのか？
What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that, as far back as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage?
そういうものだと思っていた。何しろ気づいた時からそういう生活だったからな。疑問にも思わなかった。
That's what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware, I was living like that. I didn't even think to question it.
お前一体何者なんだ？
Who in the world are you?
それよ。それこそわらわもまた望んだものだ。
That's it. That is what I also hope to know. Oh, what is real anymore?
どうせ人間ではなくて魔女でしたって言いやがるんだろ？
I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right?
いや違う。まだ違う。いや、かつてそうだったと言うべきか。わらわは金蔵によって作られた。人間によって作られた人間だ。いや、肉でできた檻とでも言うべきか。
No, that's not true. That isn't true yet. Or should I say that... Or should I say that was once the case? I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. By the way, for his mind controls need to be used wisely. Okay, you can't control low HP enemy from to get killed by your teammates and they fully heals him. Okay. But what game was this? I am curious now. I must know.
なんだよそりゃ。妙な話を言い出しやがって。
What the hell? This is getting weird. You only think this is weird now, Battler?
どうせそなたは信じぬだろうがな。まずは聞け。わらわは1000年を経た偉大なる魔女であった。しかしある時金蔵によって呼び出され、その秘術にて 永遠の虜となるよう縛られたのだ。
You probably won't believe it anyway, but listen first. I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years. But at one point, I was summoned by Kinzo, and by that hidden art, I was bound as his prisoner for eternity. Your character was trending on Twitter yesterday. What were they? What character is this? What game is this? Free! Oh my.
そりゃ初耳だぜ。後ろ宮家で知られてる話では、お前はじい様に呼び出されて悪魔の契約みたいなのを結んで黄金を授けたってことになってるぜ。
Never heard that before. From what we hear in the Ushiromiya family, you were summoned by grandfather, made something like a devil's contract with him, and then gave him the gold.
うん。それは正しい。そしてわらわは黄金を授け、契約の終わる時まで姿を消すはずだった。しかし、まあモテる女の辛いとこよな。金蔵はこともあろうか、わらわに恋をした。
Indeed, that is correct. Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete. But, well, popular women have it rough. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me.
じい様も金眼が進んでたんだろうよ。ついでに乱視だな。よりによってお前に惚れるとはよ。
Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. With astigmatism, too. To fall in love with you, of all things. Wow. Ouch. Understandable, but ouch.
まあわらわにとっては迷惑この上ない話よ。しかし人間の力とは恐ろしいものでな。あれは恐ろしい力を発揮してわらわをこの地へ釘付けにしたのだ。わらわが首を縦に振らぬ限り解放せぬと言ってな。なんとも強引な男よ。
Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome. However, the power of humans is a frightening thing. He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place. He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Such an overbearing man.
すげえじゃねえかよ。じい様がオカルトかぶれなのは誰もが知るところだが、大魔女ベアトリーチェ様を釘付けにするほどの力があったとはな。へっ、バカバカしい。
バカバカしい。
そんなおかしな話、信じると思うか。
Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult. But who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Ridiculous. Who'd believe such a weird story?
やはり信じぬか。
As I thought, you don't believe.
俺が信じるのは、お前が森の中の秘密屋敷に隠居していたって事実だけだ。お前こそが、六軒島の19人目なんだろう。
All I believe is the fact that you lived on the in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest. You are the 19th person on Rockinjima, right?
いかにも。そなたの想像通り、ここは六軒島の森深く。外界からは見つけることもかなわぬ隠し屋敷。その名もクワドリア。
Indeed, just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rakajima. A hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world. Its name is Kuadorian. Nine Birds Retreat.
そういや、ゲストハウスの正しい名はトライアンだって聞いたな。なるほど。ネーミングセンスは近いな。そして、お前はそこに隠居していたじい様の愛人。そうだな。
Come to think of it, I heard the guesthouse's real name was Tarayan. Visitor's Retreat. I see. The naming sense is similar. So, you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret. Isn't that right?
愛人というのは正しくない。金蔵の片思いであったと言うべきだろう。先ほども話したであろう。あれが勝手にわらわに惚れた。そしてわらわに求愛したが、それをわらわは拒んだ。
Mistress isn't the right way to say it. You should probably call it Kinzo's unrequited love. Unrequited love? I spoke of it just now, correct? He fell in love with me of his own accord. He then courted me, but I rejected him.
そして、わらわをこの隠し屋敷へ閉じ込めたのだ。いや、屋敷に閉じ込めたというのは正しくないか。この体に閉じ込めたというべきか。
Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion. No, that's not quite right. It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body.
最後が何を言ってるのかわかんねえぜ。
I got no idea what you said at the end there.
どうせそなたはバカにして聞かぬであろう。何しろ魔女も魔法も信じぬという。語れど聞く耳を持たぬというならば、それを口にするは愚の骨頂だ。
You will just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right? After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. Wow.
信じるかどうかは俺が判断するぜ。聞かなきゃ話も進まねえしな。話せよ。お前の昔話を。
I'll decide whether I believe or not. After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue. Tell me, let's hear this story from your past.
金蔵はわらわに求愛を拒まれたが、それ式でへこたれる男ではない。どうあってもわらわの首を縦に振らせたかった。わらわをこの屋敷へ閉じ込め、わらわを口説き落とそうと永遠の時間を費やしたのだ。
Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that. He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement, no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart.
強引なやつだな。しつこい男は嫌われるだろ。
Talk about overbearing. Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh?
求愛に応えるかどうかは別にして、男をそこまで必死にさせるのは、まあ女としてそう不愉快ではない。
Did Battler just take a dig at himself? Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, having a man so desperate for me was... Well, as a woman, it wasn't so unpleasant.
しかしわらわは決して首を縦には振らなかった。 なんとかその戒めから逃れようとしたが、あれの結界は強固で破れなかった。
However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard, but that barrier was firm and I couldn't crack it.
それで
And then,
さまざまな抵抗を試みた結果、金蔵の結界から逃れるには肉の体を捨てるほかないという結論に至った。肉体というものは魔法を語る上でとても制約の多い器なのだ。
after trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that, to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh. The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user.
肉の体を捨てる？なんだよそれ。幽体離脱みたいなものか？
Throw away your body of flesh? What does that mean? Something like an out-of-body experience?
まあそんなものと考えればよい。しかしわらわは精霊ではない。魔女ではあっても、もともとは肉の体で生まれ落ちた人間だ。そのわらわにとって肉体を捨てるということは死を意味するほどではないにしても、それに準ずる覚悟が必要だった。
Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I am no spirit. Even though I am a witch, in the beginning I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, it did require a similar level of resolve.
それはつまり自殺することでしか解放されないと決意したって意味なのか？
So in other words, you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide. Is that it?
自殺ではない。あくまでも肉の体を捨てるだけのことだ。もちろん魂だけになるのは心もとない。魂は肉の体を出れば太陽の強い風に絶えずさらされてしまう。それによって吹き散らされないように自らを維持するのはわらわとて容易なことではない。
It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them.
できることなら避けたい最後の手段だった。しかし金蔵の結界から逃れるにはそれしかなかったのだ。何しろわらわは自由人。金蔵の生が果てるまでカゴにて飼われるのはごめんというもの。
It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier. Anyway, I'm an unfettered person. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't see the stuff Byato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh, as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death?
それで自殺したってのか？何を言ってやがる。当のお前はそこでのんびりガーデンチェアに腰掛けてるじゃねえか。
So you're saying you committed suicide? What are you talking about? Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair?
そうだ。それこそが金蔵によって与えられた新たな檻だったのだ。
That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo.
檻この屋敷のことか。
Cage? You mean this mansion?
違う。そこのガーデンチェアにてくつろぐわらわの体のことだ。金蔵は魂となって抜け出そうとしたわらわを、それでもなお逃すつもりはなかったのだ。
No. I mean my body, relaxing in the garden chair over there. Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became naught but a soul, Kinzo still had no intention of letting me go.
いやいや恐ろしいやつ。普通は片思いの女が死んでみせれば100年の恋も冷めるであろうに。だからこそあれも魔術師の端くれなのか。
Oh, he was a fearsome person. Normally, when the object of one's unrequited love shows that she is willing to die, it should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years. Perhaps that's why he managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. Okay. So this is starting to make a little sense now. So Kinzo pursued her many, many years ago, but she managed to kill herself and then became a soul, and he gave her a new body, which must have been sometime in the past, like, I don't know, 5 years, judging by his appearance, that hasn't changed. Something like that. Well, I don't know, maybe it could be longer, like 10, 15 years. But I can't believe that they would just fail to give him a younger sprite, so it's gotta be sometime in the sort of recent past.
さっぱりわからねえ魔女っ子トークで煙に巻くな。つまり、なんだってんだ。
Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. What exactly are you trying to say?
金蔵は魂となったわらわすらも逃さなかったということだ。人間の思いというやつは恐ろしい。これほどまでの魔力を発揮するとは。死者の魂をつなぎ止めるなど、それを専門に弓道する魔術師でもおいそれと至れぬ境地よ。わらわはそれを知るからこそ、金蔵の恐るべき魔力にその時初めて驚愕した。
That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. To think he would be able to exhibit such power. Tying down a dead soul is not something that can be accomplished easily. Not even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time.
そして金蔵はわらわの魂を捕まえ連れだが、魂を捕らえておく檻は鉄でも鉛でも作れない。ただ一つを除いて。
Then Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron or lead. Only one thing remained.
なんだよ。魔法の檻だとでも言い出すのかよ。
What? You aren't gonna say it was a magical cage or something, are you?
違う。 わらわやそなたのようなこの肉の体だ。肉と血でできた檻だけが魂をこの世につなぎ止める。金蔵はわらわの魂をわらわと瓜二つに作り上げた肉の檻に再び閉じ込めたのだ。
Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world. Kinzo shut my soul in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me.
要約するとこういうことか。じい様がしつこく求愛するんで嫌になり自殺したが、うまく死にきれなかったってことだろう。回りくどい言い方しやがってからに。
So, to sum it up, it's like this. Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide. But you weren't clever enough to finish the job. Damn, you really took a roundabout way to say something like that.
いいや違う。わらわはホムンクルスの種子に魂を閉じ込められ、試験管の中より生まれ入れたのだ。
No, that's wrong. My soul was shut up in the seed of a homunculus. I was born out of a test tube.
はあ？バカバカしい。
Bakabaki.
そんなのあるわけねえだろ。
Huh? That's crazy. That isn't even possible, right?
生命を生み出す奇跡すらも金蔵は成し遂げたのだ。わらわの魂を閉じ込める檻にするためだけにな。己の恋心だけでこれほどの魔力を見せるとはつくづく恐ろしいやつよ。
Ginzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life. And simply to shut my soul up in that cage. That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love. A thoroughly terrifying person.
ああ、もうさすがにバカバカしくなってきたぜ。好きなだけ言ってろってんだ。俺は何も信じねえぜ。勝手にやってやがれってんだ。
It's already gotten pretty ridiculous. Say whatever you want. I won't believe anything. Just do what you like. Battler, you were the person who told her to continue her story. Battler, please.
なんだその不愉快な態度は。
What's with this unpleasant attitude?
最初は何か重大なヒントが隠されているだろうと多少の興味を示したが、聞けば聞くほどおかしな話になっていく。魔女を否定するゲームのはずなのに、いつの間にか魔女話を鵜呑みにさせられていく気がするぜ。
In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hint hidden there. But the more I ask, the weirder the story starts to get. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow the story about witches.
悪いがこれ以上耳を貸す気はねえな。勝手に好きなだけほざいてろよ。耳クソでもほじってるからよ。
Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want. I'll be over here, picking at my earwax or something. When I started acting cold, Beato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy-to-understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness, my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX. Darn it, Battler. Hasn't anybody taught you about equality? Somebody had Cosma in here.
ま、信じる気は毛頭ねえけどよ。続けろよ。お茶菓子代わりに聞いてやるぜ。
Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack.
わらわの身の上話が茶化扱いとはな。そこまでこき下ろされてまでのこのこ語ると思うか？
So you treat the story of my past like little more than a snack. Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me.
お嬢様の魂は捕らえられ、新しい生命の檻に吹き込まれました。それはつまり、お嬢様が再び人間として生を受けたということです。
Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken away my cup and was adding more black tea to it.
ロノウェ、もうその話はよい。こやつはバカバカしくて危険と言うでな。わらわもバカバカしくて話す気にもならぬ。
Ronove, enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to.
新しいクッキーを今、焼かせているところでございます。それまで、お茶菓子代わりに、お嬢様の昔話がちょうどいいかと思いまして。
I'm baking some new cookies right now. Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack.
もうわらわの話は良いというのに。揃って不愉快な奴らだ。わらわは席を外すぞ。ロノウェ、給仕を済ませたらとっとと下がるのだぞ。バトラと無駄話などするでないぞ。
Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, the lot of you. I'm leaving. Runaway, serve our food and then go. No pointless chit-chat with Battler. Huh. Why does Beatrice care so much? Hmm.
かしこまりました。努力いたします。
Certainly. I will make an effort. Beato's short temper, peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. Like, it seems like she was more affected by that than when Battler actually, like, got a win over her otherwise. Huh. after that, only Ronove and the scent of the black tea were left.
なんだか、俺が怒らせたみたいで気分が悪いぜ。
I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something.
ご自覚があられるようですので、これ以上申し上げることはございませんよ。
As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more.
ちょっと待てよ。とどめを刺したのはお前だろうが。
Wait a sec, weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow?
はって何のことやら。お砂糖とミルクはいかがですかな？
My, what could you mean by that? How would you like some sugar and milk?
ミルクだけでいいぜ。あと、お茶菓子も欲しいな。
Just milk would be fine. And some tea snacks would be nice too.
クッキーが焼けるにはまだ時間がかかりますよ。
Well, it will be a bit longer before the cookies are ready.
チャカの代わりがあるって言ったぜ。
Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack?
かしこまりました。ご清聴をいただけるのでしたら、続きをお話しいたします。
Certainly. If you will listen quietly, I will continue the story.
ホムンクルスがなんとかって言ったな。一応は知ってるぜ。あれだろ？錬金術だかで作り出せ人造人間のことだろ？
He said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Doesn't homunculus actually mean, like, I forget the exact meaning, but wasn't it something like a person in a tube? Something to that effect.
はい。お嬢様の魂はホムンクルスに閉じ込められ、再び赤子となって生を受け、この世に蘇ったのです。
I think the alchemical meaning is like an artificial human.
しかし、赤子でございますから。金蔵様が愛を語ろうとも、それは無駄なことでございます。
Yes, Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless.
まさか。じい様はその赤ん坊をこの隠し屋敷に、同じ年に成長するまで閉じ込めたってのか。
You aren't saying that grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion until it grew to reach the same age she'd been.
はい。そのまさかでございます。しかし、魂は同じといえど、人間の魂はその器に強く影響を受けます。お嬢様はかつての記憶をすべて失われ、ごく普通の人間の少女として成長されました。
Correct. That is what I'm saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. Homunculus, Latin, little person. Representation of a small human being, originally depicted as small statues made out of clay. Creation of a miniature, fully formed human. Okay. I thought it... Yeah, maybe that was just like some other story's definition of a homunculus that I was thinking of. I mean, I have seen homunculus in many different stories. Just, you know how these things are. They change things a little every time.
それが、そこのガーデンチェアに座ってるベアートだってのか？
And you're saying that's the Beato sitting in the garden chair? Starting to maybe make more sense of this. Yeah, the traditional definition is just a representation of a human. Yeah.
はい。その通りでございます。まさに、瓜二つに成長なされました。しかし、魔女としての力は持ち合わせておりません。あくまでも、人間としてのお嬢様なのです。
Yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch. Milady was completely human. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair, looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. How'd the run end yesterday? Fell asleep just... Oh, man. I gotta say, if you're really interested in how it went, I would suggest going back and watching it. It was a roller coaster ride. Like, I did okay at first, but then they just kept popping up, and then it was starting to look pretty bad. And so then I threw a Hail Mary, and I was so close to succeeding. Like, I took them all out, but then one more popped up. And right then I was just, there was no way I was gonna make it. But it was pretty funny. Like I said, it was a bit of a roller coaster ride. Let's see. You have a guild, Discord, and Guardian Tales, which you're in, so why not? So I sent a message. Do guild raids for maintenance. Some people don't want to miss my attack. Well, there's no guild raid. Yeah, I was gonna say right now it's the whatever that excavation thing is. Planning on playing more off stream? Maybe. Like I said, it'll probably be a decent while until I get back to that. I mean, but we've got Path of Exile coming up on Friday, and then like my free time to play games might be spent in Path of Exile after that. So I don't know if I'll really play more off stream then, and I got to keep up with Limbus Company, which I mean honestly now with the skips, that's probably not going to take a whole lot of time. And then I always have to do dailies for Guardian Tales. I got a lot here. Stuff just piled up real quick. And then there's still stuff on the backlog for during streams. Guardian Tales this week and probably into next week. And then Limbus probably around the half-month mark. I think they're supposed to have a chapter 3.5. And then like I said, I still got to go back and do Lena's Inception Pacifist run. There's still Wo Long that I've been looking forward to. That that looks like that's gonna get pushed back to who knows when. Oh yeah. All of a sudden, just so many games. But on the bright side, that means that I have things planned for quite a while now. Yeah. Good to have stuff lined up. Anyway, however, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was. Or why she lived shut up in there. Yeah, that's a good problem to have. I mean, let's see. Yeah, the past, I guess the past few months mostly have just been like older games until Limbus came out. And then since Limbus, we've been having newer stuff. Yeah, we sort of had a game drought, or at least for games that I was interested in. But now, it is springtime for the games I'm interested in. They just keep coming. Gonna take a little getting used to transitioning into that. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then... no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care. Maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. My. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. I mean, I feel like he's onto something there. Like, a possible human explanation could be that, like, either Beatrice had a child, or maybe, like, maybe Kinzo figured out how to clone her? Although, I don't know if that would work back in whatever year this is set in. And then Kinzo could have just sort of brainwashed her into thinking that she was Beatrice. mean, it's not that far-fetched. But he's just throwing that out the window. Fun fact of the day, next banner has 11 weapon banners. Oh boy. Good effort by Battler, yeah. Which is why I'm confused that he's just saying, no, I can't believe any of this. Like, mental gymnastics 100. Yeah, it honestly sounds like a reasonable, mundane way to explain it. So what do you mean as if I could accept any of this? In the first place, Kuadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. What do you mean there's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed? Your whole theory was that there was a hidden mansion. Battler, what are you doing right now? Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot?
六軒島の森の中には、クワドリアンという隠し屋敷が実在します。
Oh, Ronove has the power of red.
それが今、話をしていた場所です。
A hidden mansion called Kuadorian does exist in the forest of Rakanjima. In red. And red. That is the place we were just talking about. Why isn't that second part in red? That's a little sus. Yeah, Ronove giving away info for free. Beato isn't gonna like that. Yeah. I wonder if that's intentional that the second part is not in red. That is the place we were just talking about. That's a little sus.
Aka!
Huh? Red? Ronove used the red to say that Kuadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used?
これでも悪魔の端くれでございますので、お嬢様には内緒にしてくださいね。
I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from Milady, yes? Sure. Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronove could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it.
このクアドリアンの庭でくつろいでるベアトとさっきのじい様との会話は真実なのか?
So that Beato relaxing in the garden of Kuadorian and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth?
はい、真実です。かつて実際にこの場所でお二人はこのような会話をなされました。
Yes, it is the truth. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place.
助かるぜ。さらに赤で頼む。あいつホムンクルスから生まれたなんて言いやがったが、そんな非科学的な魔法的存在実在するのか?
Thanks a lot. I'll ask for some more red. You said she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of unscientific, magical thing actually exist? Shouldn't that be impossible to answer in red? Yeah, Battler, that's against the rules.
その問いかけにはお答えできません。理由はステイルメイトになるからでございます。
I am unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate. Yeah.
ステイルメイト？なんだそりゃ。
A stalemate? What does that mean?
チェスの用語で千日手のパーペチュアルと同様に、それ以上のゲーム進行が不可能になる宣言です。これは千日手とは正反対で、指し手がなくなる、ある種の手詰まりの状態を指します。パーペチュアルに同じで、チェスではこれを引き分けにしております。ただし、お嬢様とバトラ様のゲームでは引き分けがございません。ですので、ステイルメイトになる質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in a game becomes impossible. This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves, because all moves would disappear, and would bring about a kind of deadlock. In chess, this would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would. However, there can be no draws in the game between you and Milady. Therefore, I am unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate.
よくわからねえこと言って煙に巻いてるが。つまり、ホモンクルスなんて魔法的存在が実在するって、赤で言えないからごまかしてるだけなんだろ？
You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff. But simply put, you're trying to dodge the question, because you can't use the red to say that something magical like a homunculus exists, right?
仮に私が赤で魔女は実在すると言ったら、バトラ様はどういたしますか？
If I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Battler-sama?
それを信じるか信じないかで、俺たちは大喧嘩してるんじゃねえかよ。それを言われちまったら、身もゲームオーバーだ。
Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right? If I was told that point blank, it'd be game over.
魔女は存在すると赤で申し上げたなら、バトラ様には反論の余地がありません。しかしバトラ様はその理由が示されない以上、それを受け入れないでしょう。しかし赤で語られる以上、反論の余地もなく、証拠も示されない。
If I said a witch exists in red, you would have no room for argument. However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Battler-sama, you probably wouldn't accept it. However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument, and would not have been shown any proof.
この場合、バトラ様は敗北を認められないにもかかわらず、反論の手がなく手詰まりとなってしまいます。チェックメイトされていないにもかかわらず、次なる指し手が存在しない。
In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument, and it would become a deadlock. Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves left.
バトラ様が次の一手を打てない以上、お嬢様に手番が回ってくることはなく、ゲームはそこで永遠に止まってしまう。その結果、お嬢様があなたを屈服させることもできない。これが手詰まりの状態です。 それを回避するため、このような形になるご質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red.
早い話が、身も蓋もない質問は禁止だと、そう言いたいわけだな。まあ、そりゃそうだよな。赤で魔女は実在するって言われちまったら、俺は鼻からお手上げだぜ。
So to say it quickly, you're saying point-blank questions are prohibited? Well, that's true, I guess. If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start.
ご理解いただけて助かります。他の形の質問でしたら、ご協力できるかと思いますよ。
I am pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. Despite all that, Runaway just gave some free info. Yeah. Man, Runaway, he ain't trustworthy, but he's really helping us out here. Explaining all these things so that we can understand them. Well, I mean, I understood this, but last week with oh darn it, what was Hemmel's Raven or something like that? Herbert? I don't know. It was like Hemmel's Raven or something. Hempel? Something like that, yeah. Hempel's Raven. Yeah. I remember I was confused about that until Ronave explained it.
奴がはぐらかした副賞要求には答えられるか。この島の人数だ。
Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it? About the number of people on this island?
お嬢様が保留されている副賞要求にももちろん答えられませんよ。お嬢様の家具でございますので、出過ぎた真似はできかねます。
If Milady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to be too forward. Ronove made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy is so shameless.
一瞬でも使えるやつと思ったのによ。諦めて他の質問を探すか。そうだ。大事なことを確認するのを忘れてた。これはベアとの思い出話なんだろ？いつの話なんだ？まさか現在ってことはないだろ。
Just when I thought you might actually be useful. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beato's memories, right? When did it happen? It couldn't be happening right now, right?
はい。ここは1967年の世界。19年前の世界でございます。
Correct. This is the world of 1967. The world of 19 years previous. Hey there, loading. How's it going? Yukino? Yeah. 13, 19 almost? Okay, so... I remember cloning is pretty old, but I don't remember when exactly cloning first happened. I also know that it was very flawed, I don't know if it could be cloning or not. And also, they only did it on animals at first. Well, I guess they've never actually cloned a human. Have they? I don't know. I think the issue with cloning, if I remember correctly, is that things age twice as fast. Or faster. I feel like, was the first clone a sheep named Dolly? My biology class is coming back to me now. Dolly, clone sheep, was that the first mammal that was cloned from an adult somatic cell? Yep. Okay, that was... What says... Dolly was born in 1996, so... Okay, this would be way before cloning. Okay. So then it wouldn't make sense for this to be cloning, yeah. Well, there goes that idea. Maybe Kinzo was that good. Maybe. Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, this ain't really real life, so it could be possible that they made him invent cloning. I don't know. Yes, Let's try rearranging the story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here. Kinzo could be an alchemist? Perhaps. And hello there, small blue gem. And probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in homunculus and... No. If I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Maybe? That's the only other human way to explain this, I imagine. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body, and might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. That means, at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. What?
混乱してきたぜ。いずれにせよ、憶測の域を出ない。確実に赤で言えることは、1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に、人間としてのベアトリーチェが存在した。それだけだ。
Starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we can say for sure in red is that in 1967, In a hidden mansion on Rockinjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all.
その通りでございます。1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に人間としてのベアトリーチェ様が存在した。
That is correct. In red, in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rockinjima, Beatrice Sama existed as a human. End red.
ああ、サンキュー。助かるぜ。
Ah, thank you. That really helps.
おめでとうございます。これでバトラ様の19人目の駒は、その存在がはっきりしました。バトラ様が熱望された18人以外に罪をなすりつけられる19人目の人間。
Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. A 19th human for you to blame, just as you longed for. Runaway giving Battler the easy W. Yeah. Well, that has yet to be proven. Let's see. So if that was 19 years ago, it could still work that Rosa killed her somehow, or got her killed. So it's not necessarily in his favor.
いかなる罪をもなすりつけることのできる生贄。それがお嬢様とは実に愉快。
A sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happens to be Milady. Think we need more Rosa? Don't you think we need more Rosa? I don't think we need more Rosa. I think we need less Rosa. Runaway laughed indiscreetly. Somehow, I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him.
そうだ。ローザおばさんは言った。ベアトリーチェは死んだ。私が殺した。どういう意味なんだ？
That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said. Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What does that mean? Well, I'm not sure if I'm using this correctly, but they could, like, Hempel's Raven that since Beatrice is dead, it has to be somebody in the family or witch. And sort of cut off his theory about a 19th person. Yeah. Oh, look, more Rosa.
それは私の口から語るよりも、実際に顛末をご覧になった方が早いでしょう。少々、時計を進めましょう。
As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Ronove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? I quickly realized that it was someone else. It was her, that oldest sister of the 7 Stakes, who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to keep up with their torture game. Oh, Battler.
ロノウェ様、 まだこちらにおられましたか。ベアトリーチェ様が至急お呼びです。
Ronove-sama, so you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama.
はて、至急のどのようなご用やら。少々、バトラ様とのおしゃべりが過ぎたようですね。
My, what kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with Battler-sama has run a tad long.
それではバトラ様、私めはこれで失礼させていただきます。どうか引き続き、お嬢様とのゲームをお楽しみください。
Well then, Battler-sama, if you will excuse me, please continue to enjoy your game with Milady. Wait a minute. What happened to the cookies? Oh no, we've been chatting so long, have the cookies burned? Maybe that's what Beatrice is calling him for.
へいへい。せいぜい楽しむぜ。あんたは、ベアとより話が弾むからな。赤も気前よく使ってくれるしよ。ぜひまた、おしゃべりに来いよな。
Yeah, I'll enjoy it as best I can. Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you, as opposed to her. And you're more gracious with the red, too. Come and talk again anytime you like.
バトラ様、私めも、こう見えてもお嬢様の家具。お嬢様が望まぬことはできませんよ。私が語った赤は、本来ならお嬢様が自らの口で語るべきもの。へそを曲げてしまわれたお嬢様に代わって、赤き真実を披露したに過ぎません。
Battler-sama, despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. I can do nothing that Milady does not desire. What I said in red was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she saw.
やっぱ俺、へそを曲げてたよな。
So she really was sulking then. Seeing me and Ronove incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak Nei-chan cocked her head up curiously.
ロノウェ様、ベアトリーチェ様をお待たせしております。お急ぎを。
Ronove-sama, we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry.
ええ、直ちに参ります。それではバトラ様、後ほど。ようやく仲良くなれてきましたね。やはり、良い友人になれる気がします。
Yes, I shall go immediately. Well, Battler-sama, I will see you later. It appears that we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends.
ベアとの陰口仲間ってことならな。
Sure, if you mean partners at gossiping behind Beato's back.
ロノウェ様。
はいはい。それでは、失礼いたします。
Yes, yes. If you will excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me. Or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the steak Nei-chan let out a thunderous cry, Ronove laughed frivolously and disappeared, as if running away.
煉獄の七食いが長女のこの私が、この程度の用事で呼びつけられるなんて。ベアトリーチェ様も、この程度なら他の暇そうな妹たちに言いつければいいのに。
Why am I, the oldest sister of the seven stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this? Even though Beato-sama could have told one of the younger sisters, who look like they've got nothing better to do. Sheesh.
何をカリカリしてんだよ、姉ちゃん。腹減ってんならクッキーでも食えよ。最後の一枚をくれてやるぜ。
Why so grumpy, Nei-chan? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one? Wait, so did he get the cookies? Huh?
気が利くじゃない。なら、一ついただこうかしら。
How thoughtful. Then, shall I take one? I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her.
ありがとう。
Thank you. I think he said it was a new batch. Yeah, I mean, he said he was making a new batch, but I don't remember him actually going to get them ever. I thought they were going to burn in the oven. Uh-oh. As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. Oh, this is the last one of the old batch. Okay, that's what I mean. It had happened in an instant, so for a while, I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. Spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table at a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble. And by now, all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down.
姉ちゃん、そろそろ爪を切った方がいいぜ。
Whoa. Nei-chan, isn't it about time you cut your nails?
ルシファーよ。それが誇り高き私の名。ベアトリーチェ様にお仕えする名誉ある家具、煉獄の七杭が長女。
It's Lucifer. That is my glorious name. The honored furniture who serves Beatrice-sama, and the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory.
他の面汚しな愚昧どもとはわけが違うの。それに見合った敬意を示さないと後悔することになるわよ。
I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it.
どう後悔するんだか。俺には見当もつかねえぜ。
And why would I regret it exactly? Can't really think of a reason.
バカな子ね。そんなに遊んでほしいの？そんなに忘れられないの？私の悔いを思いっきり奥の奥までねじ込んでたっぷりえぐって楽しませてあげるわよ。
Stupid kid. Do you really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my stake deep, deep into you, and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay?
くそったれ。いつか押し倒して同じセリフ言ってやるぜ。
Monka TOS? I'm not sure if that's what he means, or if my mind's in the gutter, but knowing Battler and some of the things he said, I don't really doubt it. Damn it. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing.
あらそう？
What exactly did she say again? Let's not go back there.
楽しみにしてるわね。
Well, I'm not gonna read it over, but there's what she said. I mean, after that one thing Battler said about Maria, I'm a little worried. Yeah. Oh, really? Wow, I can't wait. Ooh. Did she just stab him again? Is that allowed? Like they're in the middle of a game. Oh boy. And now we're back with Rosa. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kyrie intervened. If something like that had really happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk.
"いくつの時だったのかしら。多分中学生か。よく覚えてない。とにかくそのくらいの頃だったと思うわ。
How old was I then? I wonder. Middle school, probably, though I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that age.
ってことは、だいたい20年くらい前ってとこか。
Which means maybe about 20 years ago?
あの頃の私はあまり成績が良くなくて、私なりに努力していたつもりだったんだけど、お母様の期待には全然応えられなくて。
Back then, my grades weren't very good, and Mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations at all. Middle school's about 13. I think Rosa should be around 32. Seems legit. Yeah. Yeah, probably around 13.
母上はローザにも随分厳しかったな。当時は同情していたよ。
Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at that time.
陰口ばっかだったくせによく言うわね。
You say that even though you were always talking behind her back.
予算かエヴァ。それでローザさんはどこでベアトリーチェに会ったんや。
Would you give it a rest, Ava? And then, where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-san? Man, Hideyoshi is really getting upset with Ava. Huh. Because I remember last week when we were coming to this point, Hideyoshi really got upset at Ava. Interesting. He's losing his he's losing his temper. It's the first time we've ever seen Hideyoshi this mad. Or well, maybe not mad, but agitated.
秀吉さん、今はせかしてはダメよ。いいのよ、ローザさん。楽に話して。
Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. I think this is an important discussion for them, and Ava is needling people for the sake of needling them. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, Ava's gonna Ava. But still, this is the first time that Hideyoshi's just like fired back with "shut up." Well, I guess he just said, "Would you give it a rest?" But I think last time he told her to shut up.
Arigato. あれはお母様に特にひどく叱られた日よ。
Thank you. It was a day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushiromiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could. But I had none of Kraus Nisan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nisan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nisan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything, and I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushiromiya family. I began to question more and more why I'd ever been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rakunjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. Well, that just escalated quickly.
いなくなりたかったの。あるいはいなくなることによって親を心配させたいという子供なりの反抗だったのかも。私は森の遥か奥に行けば後ろ宮の家から逃れられる。あるいは迷子になって心配させることで仕返しができると子供ながらに思ったの。
I wanted to disappear. Or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought that if I went into the center of the forest, escaped from the Ushiromiya house, and maybe became lost, I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson.
それで行ってはいけないと言われていた森に
And then you went into the forest that you were told never to enter?
ええ、浜辺へ出てから海に沿うように。特に理由があったわけじゃないけれど、島をぐるりと回ればその反対側には誰も知らない場所があって、私だけの隠れ家になるような気がしたの。
Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason, but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place that no one knew about, which might become a hidden house just for me.
浜辺からぐるっとってのは無理だな。途中で崖になっちまうだろう。あんなとこ通れるわけがねえぜ。
If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. It becomes a cliff part way, right? There's no way you could pass that way.
もちろんよ。だから通れる方へ通れる方へ、とにかく奥へ奥へ進んだわ。道なんかないひどい森だったけど、あの時の私にはそれが心地よかったの。それほどの険しい森を抜けたなら、その分後ろ宮家から逃れられるって。
Of course. So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much farther away from the Ushiromiya family.
情けないわね。成績で叱られたなら、その分努力すればいいのに。
Ava, shut up. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. Just work harder, forehead.
それを言ってはいかんね。その代わりローザにはデザイナーとしての才能があったじゃないか。
You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable.
よせよ。今は嫌味を言ってる場合じゃねえぜ。そして偶然たどり着いちまったんだな。
Yeah, that was also a jab.
ベアトリーチェの隠し屋敷に。
Wait it. This is no time for sarcasm. So, you managed to end up there by coincidence, at Beatrice's hidden mansion. Rosa nodded weakly.
どのくらい歩いたんや。地図で場所が示せるんか。夏さん、この島の地図はあるかいな。
About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Natsui-san, do you have a map of this island? Oh. Hey there, Seizen.
いえ、今ここにはありませんが。
No, there isn't one here now. Need water. Water. Thank you for the hydrate.
無理よ。適当に歩いただけだもの。地図を見せられたってわからないわ。それにあれから20年も経ってる。多分森へ行っても二度とたどり着けないわ。
It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they'd thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph, or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there.
六軒島はこの屋敷の周りが整地されているだけに過ぎねえ。他は完全に未開で、前頭測量は相当の手間がかかるだろうな。
On Rockinjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island.
でも確かに存在すると分かっただけでも収穫よ。お金はかかるだろうけど、例えば航空写真の会社に調査を頼むとか、このお屋敷を建設した業者に当時のことを聞くとか、調べる方法はあるかもしれないわね。
But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, we could probably find some way to search for it.
そうね。あるかないかもわからないものを探すよりは、まだ方法があるはずよ。
That's right. At least we have more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed.
早速調べる価値があるだろう。
Indeed. It may be worth investigating right away.
その調査は兄弟合同でやるわよ。兄さん一人ではさせないわ。
The siblings will do that investigation together. We won't leave you on your own, Nissan. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Ava already.
兄貴たち、今はよせよ。ローザ、続きを話してくれ。
Give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa, please continue. By the way, I was just struck with a thought. Sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Well, you'll see a village. Yeah, so... Okay, I was just thinking that with the mansion on the island, maybe the portrait epitaph could be talking about somewhere near the mansion or something. But I mean, here it says there's a village. Oh, that's probably not it. Yes. Blindly, randomly, I kept running, on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked. So at that time, I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest, but this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I had been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area, or maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while, and I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted roots had bent the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in.
そこが隠し屋敷だったの?
And there you found the hidden mansion?
あれが私たちの言う隠し屋敷なのかはわからない。でも少なくとも私たちの知る場所ではなかったわ。
I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about. Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rockinjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. Think you're going to sleep? Enjoy the tale of Rose and the Witch? Okay. You have a good rest, Otavio. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and it was very lovely. Stream, have a good rest later too. Well, thank you as well. And thanks for hanging out. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then, I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me then that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know of had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission.
Sonataは誰か? 新しい庭師なのか?
Who are you? The new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other. Because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale.
ごめんなさい。勝手にお庭に立ち入ってすみません。
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission.
そなたは誰か? 名乗るがよい。
Who are you? Name yourself.
後宮ローザと言います。
I am Ushiromiya Rosa.
後宮。おお、金蔵の一族の人間なのか?
Ushiromiya? Oh? One of Kinzo's family?
はい。金蔵の娘です。こんにちは。
Huh? Yes. I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone. And yet, she had spoken of him without using honorifics. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she really might turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman and her dress, and the flower garden and the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down.
座るがよい。初めて訪れた者を庭へ招き、語らうのが、わらわの唯一の楽しみよ。他に、何の楽しみもないがな。
Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure. Of course, I have no pleasures other than that. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden.
森の魔女、ベアトリーチェですか?
Are you the witch of the forest, Beatrice?
いかにも、わらわがベアトリーチェである。
Indeed, I am Beatrice.
やはりな、ベアトリーチェは実在したんだ。
As I thought, Beatrice actually existed.
その姿はまさに肖像画の。
Did she really look like the portrait?
ええ、まさにあの肖像画の通りよ。
Yes, really, just like the portrait.
お父さんの想像の中の魔女じゃなかったんやな。
So, she wasn't just a witch from father's imagination.
それで、あなたは彼女と何を話したの?
Well, what did you talk with her about?
彼女はお茶を入れながら私のことをいろいろと聞いたわ。まず森を抜けてやってきたことを驚かれた。彼女は柵の外には危険な狼がたくさんいると信じていたみたいだった。
As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself. First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest. It seems she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence.
だから私が森を抜けてたどり着いたと言ったらとても驚いていたわ。どうやって狼から逃れたのか、ビスケットを渡して許してもらったのか、それとも魔法の街灯をかぶってなんて感じのことを言ってたっけ。
So when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. She asked how I had managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing.
そりゃ確かに魔女っぽいわな。面白いお人や。
That sure sounds like a witch. What an interesting person.
あなた黙って。ずいぶん昔だけど、お父様は森には狼が住んでいるから近寄ってはならないって私たちを脅さなかった？
Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us, saying that we should never get near the forest because of the wolves that live there?
ああ、そんなこともあったな。バカらしいね。日本の狼はとっくの昔に絶滅しているというのに。まさに子供騙しだな。
Yes, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago. Truly a trick to fool children.
記憶にねえな。そんな話、親父に聞かされたっけ？森には魔女だろ？狼なんて話、聞いたことないぜ。
I don't remember, though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves.
あんたがまだ小学校だった頃よ。覚えてない？そしたらあんた、むしろ狼を撫でてみたいなんて言い出すもんだから。お父様はすぐに狼の話を引っ込めて、魔女の話に切り替えたのよ。もう、その嘘っぽいことと言ったら。
This was back then. This was when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then, you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolf. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch. Seriously, what transparent lies they were.
当時のルドルフには狼よりも魔女の話の方がてきめんだったね。よく覚えているよ。私の背中にしがみついた夜があったことを覚えているかね。
At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back?
ルドルフさんにもそんな可愛らしい時代があったのね。
I see. So even Rudolph-san used to be that cute.
うるせえな。子供の頃の話だぜ。
Shut up. I was just a kid.
まあ、とにかく、ベアトリーチェを閉じ込めていたのがお父さんなら、同じ狼の話をするのは道理ね。彼にとって六軒島の広大な森は、後ろ宮家と愛人の屋敷という、相入れない二つの異世界を分断する、越えてはならない壁だったのだから。
Well, at any rate, if Father's the one who shut Beatrice up in there, it makes sense that he'd use the same story about wolves. To him, the vast forest of Rakanjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds, the Ushiromiya family and his mistress's mansion.
柵の高さを考えると、どうやら親父殿は庭ごと丸々を座敷牢にしたようだな。さながら二つの世界を分ける国境も同然だったのだろう。
Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell. Just like a border dividing his two separate worlds.
狼はともかく、野犬の類でもいたのではありませんか？そのための策だったかもしれません。
Wolves aside, Could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time? Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those.
六軒島に狼も野犬もいないわ。その策は兄さんやキリエさんの言うようにベアトリーチェと私たちの間の国境だったんでしょうね。
There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Rockinjima. That fence was probably a border between us and Beatrice.
しかし、狼の話を素直に信じるなんて、なんちゅうか、純朴やな。わしの想像していた魔女とは随分違う感じやで。
But if she innocently believed that story about wolves, that's pretty naive. That's nothing like what I'd expect a witch to do.
そうね。それは私も感じたわ。とても尊大で、確かに魔女のイメージ通りの人だったんだけど、どこかとても子供っぽくて、なんていうのか素直すぎるというか、世間知らずな印象を受けたわ。
You're right. I sensed that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch, but she was somehow very childish. She was, how should I put it, too straightforward. She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world.
例えるなら、本当におとぎの国の人みたいというか、本当に不思議な人だったわ。
It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land. She really was a strange person.
それからどうしたんだ？親父の話とかは出たのか？
What happened after that? Did you end up talking about Dad at all?
ええ、何日かに一度。約束されている日もあれば、突然ふらりとお父様が訪れては、一緒にお茶を飲んだり、散歩したりしたんですって。私が訪れたその日は、たまたま彼女一人だったと言っていたわ。
Yes. Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, Father would casually appear and they'd drink together, or else take a walk together or something. She said that she just happened to be alone on the day I visited.
なるほどな。まさに愛人といったところだ。やれやれ。いくつ年下か知らんが、親父殿もやるね。
I see. An obvious mistress, you might say. My, my. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for father. Rouse, your wife is right next to you.
いかがわしい意味での交流はなかったと確信しています。
We can be sure that this was no indecent relationship.
バカね。男と女の多さに色気がないはずないじゃない。それでどうしたの？それから何の話を？
Idiot. There's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality. What happened next? What did you talk about after that?
私の自己紹介をしたので、逆に彼女のことを質問したわ。そうしたら、急に雰囲気が落ち込んでしまったの。なんていうのか、とても気だるそうな、寂しそうな。私が初めて彼女の顔を見た時に浮かべていたのと同じ表情だった。
I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her. When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. Oh my. It was that same expression I saw on her face in the beginning.
まあ秘密の愛人だからな。好き勝手に歩かれてお袋に見つかっちまったらことだ。きっと軟禁に近い状態だったろう。
Well, she was his hidden mistress after all. If she just walked around whenever or wherever she liked, Mom might have found her. I'll bet she was practically under house arrest.
綺麗なドレスに綺麗な屋敷や庭があってもさぞや窮屈な思いをしてたんだろうぜ。そりゃ苦労もあったろうさ。それで
Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I'll bet she had it rough. And then?
彼女はきっと何か悩みがあった。それを私に話したところで何の解決にもならない。私もとても悲しかったのを覚えてる。
He was definitely worried about something. I remember feeling really sad myself when I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her.
私と一緒にいることさえ忘れてしまったかのようで、遠くをぼんやり見ながらずっと無言でいたわ。私はきっと失言してしまったに違いないと思ったんだけど、謝罪の言葉すらも口にしていいような雰囲気じゃなくて、だから私も彼女が私と一緒にいることを思い出してくれるまでずっと黙ってた。
She seemed to forget I was even there. She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long time. I thought I must have said something wrong. But it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize. So I remained silent too for a long time, until she remembered I was there. And then she muttered unexpectedly.
柵の向こうには本当に狼などおらぬのか。
Are there really no wolves beyond the fence?
はい。狼なんて動物園でも見たことないです。
Huh? Yes, that's right. I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo.
動物園とは何か。
What is a zoo?
ああ、いろんな動物が飼われているところです。象とかキリンとかパンダとか珍しい動物がいっぱいいますよ。
Ah, it's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas.
動物園に狼はいないのか。なら怖くないかもしれんな。
So, there aren't any wolves in a zoo? Then, it might not be so scary.
狼がいたとしても動物はみんな檻に入ってますから安全です。だから安心して見学できるんですよ。
Even if there were wolves, all of the animals are put in cages, so it's safe. That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remembered it looked pretty funny to me at the time.
それはわらわとどう違うのか。
How am I any different? She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one. to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages.
わらわは何者なのか。皆はわらわのことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。それは確かにそなたの言うように偉大な魔女の名前らしい。
Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say.
しかしそれはわらわではないのだ。わらわには魔法など何も使えぬ。わらわはその魔女の魂を好みに封じられているだけなのだ。
But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seemed she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Mei-san that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this: "A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside." But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her.
柵の外へ出てみますか?
Do you want to try going outside the fence?
本当に狼はいないのか?
There really aren't any wolves?
いないですよ。絶対平気ですから。
There aren't. You'll definitely be safe.
出たいぞ。だが、いつも門は閉まっている。
I want to leave, but the gate is always closed.
私が入ってきたところがあります。くぐり抜けられる隙間があるんです。
There's the place I came in through. It's got a crack you can slip through.
そこを抜ければ外の世界があるのか?
If we go through there, will there be a world outside?
はい。
Yes.
狼は本当にいない?
There really aren't any wolves?
はい、いませんよ。
Right, there aren't any. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion, as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for.
わらわはもうここは嫌だ。外へ出たい。そしてわらわが何者で、この世界はどうなっていて、わらわは何のために生まれてきたのかを知りたい。
I have had enough of this place. I want to go outside, and I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born. I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly.
見たい。
I want to see.
何を？
See what?
動物園が見たいのだ。
I want to see a zoo. I was just a little surprised when she gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a farsightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle, I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face.
そなたと話すと知らないことばかり出てくる。わらわは学校なるものもわからぬし、動物園も知らぬ、映画館も知らぬ、遊園地も知らぬ。そしてそれを知りたいと心の底から思う。
When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school, nor do I know about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel, from the very bottom of my heart, that I want to know about these things.
そなたはわらわをそこへ連れて行ってくれるのか？
Will you take me to see them? Huh? Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father. But her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. She seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it's better to say that she'd never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant, and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish.
わらわはもうベアトリーチェは嫌だ。わらわが何者なのか、ベアトリーチェではない新しい人間を始めたい。だからここから連れ出してほしい。もう紅茶もいらぬ、ドレスもいらぬ、金蔵とも二度と会わぬ。ここよりわらわを連れ出してくれ、ローザ。
I have had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kinzo again. Please, take me away from here, Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that could get me into a lot of trouble. And yet, it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to Father, and not Mother either. Could I talk to Oni-sama or One-sama? No. What about that reliable Genji-san? Or, that's right, what about Kuwasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So I took her to the crack in the fence and led her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it. And they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. So now that she'd traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now it was different. Or actually, the complete opposite. She'd left a world she believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss of what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course I didn't know the way back to the mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still at this, or like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve this situation. So I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I'd imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by, and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, That woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through this forest, for the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island. But for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she was some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs, like I was crawling, I thought it'd probably be okay.
ここを降りましょう。気をつけないと危ないけど、とにかく海岸に降りて、あとは沿って歩けば、もう迷わずに済むと思うの。
Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful, but if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore.
同座がそうするのならそうしようぞ。わらわは迷うとやらも楽しいぞ。とても愉快だ。
Indeed. If that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Or fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she'd lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you look at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. But looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry.
気をつけてくださいね。結構高いから。
Please be careful. We're pretty high up.
気をつけるぞ。下へ降りたら海があるな。そこに水族館があるのか。
Indeed. I shall be careful. It looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there?
いえ、この島には水族館はないですよ。でも、海にはたくさんの魚がいると思います。
No, there aren't any aquariums on this island. But there should be lots of fish in the sea.
そうか。魚はいるのか。そなたが話してくれた、クジラとかイルカとかペンギンとかはいるのか。
I see. So there are fish. And there... Or are there, whales and dolphins and penguins? Like you talked about?
いえ、そういうのは水族館に行かないといないです。水族館は島を出ないとないですよ。
No. You'd have to go to an aquarium for those. And you'd have to leave this island to find an aquarium.
そうなのか。だが楽しみだ。クジラとはどんな魚なのか。
Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales?
すっごく大きな魚で、あれ、哺乳類かな。それで潮を吹いたりします。
They're really big fish. Aren't they mammals? And they spit seawater into the air.
ほう。ならばイルカは？
Oh? And dolphins?
頭のいい魚で、あれ、これも哺乳類だっけ。とても頭が良くて芸とかを覚えられるんですよ。
They're really smart fish, and... Oh, weren't they also mammals? They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff.
ほう。ならばペンギンはどうなのか。
Oh. Then what about penguins?
あれ、これは鳥類だっけ。
Weren't they birds?
なんだ。水族館なのにさっきから魚が出てこんぞ。
What's going on? We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish.
まあその魚だけでなくいろいろな海の生き物がいっぱいいるんですよ。
There aren't just fish. It's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean.
ほう。それはとても楽しみだ。
Uh-huh. I really am looking forward to that. And she fell, didn't she? She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? Yep.
それで崖から落ちてどうなったんだ。
So, she fell from the cliff. And then what?
彼女はどうしたんだ、ローザ。
What happened to her, Rosa? Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet, as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory.
死んだのね。
She died, didn't she? Ava's brutal words were the ones Rosa had most wanted to avoid. When she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation.
死んだわ。岩浜だったもの。尖った危険な岩がたくさんむき出しになっていた。目を見開いたまますごい血が溢れ出して、たちまち真っ赤な絨毯を広げていった。
Yes, she died. It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed. Her eyes were still open, and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet.
声をかけたわ。揺さぶったわ。でも彼女は返事はおろか、瞬きすらも。私が悪いのよ。彼女はドレス姿だったのよ。あんな動きにくい格好なのを知っていたのに、私が壁木を降りようなんて言ってしまったから。彼女はすごい素直だったから、私の言うことに何の疑いもせずに従って。
I spoke to her, I shook her, but she refused to respond, not even blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move in, I said we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts.
いつまで死んでいるつもりか。いい加減に目を覚ませ。まったく、わらわの預かり知れぬところで勝手に肉塊に姿を変えようって。
How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Darn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone. Okay, so Battler did get killed.
おめえのとこの太もも姉ちゃんとイチャついてただけだぜ。それより、これはどういうことだ？
I was just flirting with your ass Nei-chan friends. More importantly, what the heck's going on here?
見たままよ。わらわは足を踏み外して転落し、死んだ。
Well, as you can see, I missed my footing, fell down, and died.
なんだと？19人目として登場しておきながら死んだだと？
What the hell? Even though you showed up as the 19th person, you were already dead?
ふざけるな。そんなわけはない。ローザおばさんは子供だったし焦ってた。医者がいたわけでもない。多分死んだと誤解しただけで、お前は多分仮死状態か何かで生きていたんだ。そうだろ。
Don't mess with me. That's impossible. Aunt Rosa was a kid, and she was panicked. It's not like a doctor was there. You probably just mistakenly thought you were dead. And you were probably, alive and pretending to be dead or something. Or you could just say that she was maybe unconscious. Isn't that right? Can't be true. She's got to be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? Kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too. But her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague like, she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff at that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. but I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch. That makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead. She was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today, and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together.
そう簡単には騙されねえぞ。赤で復唱できるか？確かに死んだと。どうせ生きてるんだろ？見え見えだぜ。
I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she's certainly dead? She has to be alive, right? It's obvious.
それのどこが生きているように見えるというのか。間違いなく死んでいる。
How does that look alive to you? And then in red, it's definitely dead. It's definitely dead? He didn't say she's definitely dead or I'm definitely dead. He said it's definitely dead. That's a little sus. My theory that the 19th person was grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but...
なら、お前は何者だってんだ。お前はたった今死んだんだろうが。まさか魔法で蘇ったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
Then, who are you? You just died, right? Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic.
すでに説明したと思うがな。そこに倒れているわらわは確かに魂はわらわだが、その体はわらわをうつしおへつなぎ止めておく肉の檻に過ぎなかったと。そしてその肉の檻がこうして壊れた。それがどういうことかわかるか？
I've already explained that, have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul, but that body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. This is how that cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means?
もうさっぱりだぜ。好きなだけ魔女っ子トークに興じろよ。チャカの代わりに聞いてやら。なんだ、空っぽか。おい、紅茶のおかわりを頼むぜ。
I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. What the? Empty. Hey, could I get some more black tea?
ロノウェ、客人が紅茶をお望みだ。
Ronove, our guest would like some tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Ronove appeared. Butlers sure are convenient.
おかわりですね。かしこまりました。どの程度お継ぎしましょうか？
A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you?
どうせチャカがボリューム満点だろうからよ。半分でいいぜ。
Well, I've got more than enough snacks. Half will be fine.
それでも なみなみとお入れするのが英国式でございますよ。
Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence.
ちょっと目を覚ましてよ、ベアトリーチェ。
Hey, open your eyes, Beatrice. Rosa shook me. So is this from Beatrice's perspective now? Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. Ah, so I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse.
So. わらわか。ようやく金蔵の戒めから逃れられたのか。
That's right. I am me. So I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually, I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinzo, and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I'd now finally regained myself.
ローザ、そなたはわらわを死なせてしまったと後悔しているだろうが、わらわにとっては感謝したいくらいよ。
Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death, but I should be thanking you. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor? Or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It will probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power. As I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me. The figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days. And it might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch. The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Oh, Kinzo. Regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me.
それで、お前は黄金の蝶に姿を変え、森の中に潜んで魔力が回復するのを待った。ってのか？
And then you changed into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored? Is that what you're saying?
そういうことだ。そなたを嘲笑するためにこの姿を取るが、本来は蝶たちの姿でいた方が魔力的には楽なのだ。
That is correct. I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies.
無理しねえで楽な格好で嫌がれよ。ムカつく笑い声を聞かずに済むぜ。
Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest. I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh.
蝶に姿を変え森に紛れたわらわを探し出すことなどもはや金蔵には不可能なこと。だが金蔵も指をくわえているわけではなかった。しかしわらわを捕らえる方法はすぐに用意はできぬ。
When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me. However, Kinzo was not dismayed. Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me.
そのため、まずはわらわをこの島から逃さぬ方法。そして、わらわが力を取り戻すことがないよう、即座に手を打ったのだ。やれやれ。とにかく金蔵の執念深いことと言ったら想像を絶する。あれに惚れられるのもなかなかに辛いものだぞ。
So he first moved to prevent me from leaving the island, and to keep me from regaining my power. My. At any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable. It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that.
蝶になったお前を逃がさない方法？なんだよ。森全体に蚊帳でも張ったってのか？
Found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies. What, did he put a bug nest around the entire forest?
うん。それを魔法的に行ったのだ。そなたは知っておるか？船着き場の先の洋上に岩礁が浮かび、そこに小さな東洋魔術の祠があることを。
Indeed, a magical one. Didn't you know? On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic. So that was to seal her.
ああ、あれか。今年はなくなってたけどな。昔、修験者が作ってったとかいう祠なんだろ？
Ah, that. It was gone by this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by a Shugenja, right?
六軒島は元来、歪みのある島でございます。魔力的な存在や、それに類した存在を引きつけます。お嬢様も、そんなうちのお一人でございましょうね。紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
From the very beginning, Rockinjima has been an island enveloped by a distortion. It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures. Milady herself is one of them. How about some more tea?
いただこうぞ。それらは人間たちに害をなし、おそらく数々の不気味なる伝承を残してきたであろう。それを聞きつけた東洋魔術師が古代に設けたのがあの祠なのだ。長い時間を経て、その力は失われておった。金蔵はそれを修復することで、島の結界を蘇らせ、わらわを再び島に縛り付けたのだ。
Please. They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake. That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who heard of them. A long time passed, and that power was lost. By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island's barrier, and once again bound me to the island.
西洋魔女のお前に東洋の魔法なんて通じるのかよ。
Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you?
本来は相性が悪い。しかしわらわを封じたいという目的においては、ある意味都合が良かっただろうな。
Normally, the affinity would be poor. However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient in a way.
わらわも西洋魔術であれば心得がある。どのような結界であっても何かの手が打てたであろう。しかし東洋魔術は専門外よ。わらわが飲まんとするスープに対しスプーンではなく箸を与えられたようなものだ。
If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge. For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken. But Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup I wanted to drink.
東洋魔術が強く支配する空間では、西洋魔術はひどく力を失います。ただでさえ、千日はかけたであろう力を取り戻す時間を、さらに長くかけねばならなかったのです。
In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. Even if she was given 1,000 days to regain her strength, she would have to wait many, many more.
それで約20年かけて魔力を取り戻し、今こうして蘇ったって言いたいのか？
So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you've revived, as we can all see?
辛く長い年月であった。わらわは黄金の蝶の姿のまま長く日々を送り、金蔵の屋敷を見つけ、奴の日常を見守った。どのように仕返しをしてやろうか、それを思案することだけを日々の楽しみに生きてきた。
Those were horribly long years. I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, and watched over him every day. I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself, except to ponder how I would get back at him.
わらわにとって幸運だったのは、その間の20年間。金蔵はわらわを探し出し、捕らえるあらゆる秘術にことごとく失敗した点だったか。人間に起こせる奇跡の数など、たかが知れている。わらわをあれだけ長く捕らえていただけでも、十分に身に過ぎた奇跡だ。そう何度も捕らえられてはたまらぬわ。
That period of 20 years was fortunate for me. Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed. There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about. Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place. It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times.
じい様が前のゲームだかで言ってたな。魔法は確率的奇跡に宿る。みたいなことをよ。
Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like, magic lies in a miracle of probability.
うん。金蔵はわらわを再び捕らえる秘術を探るうちに、そこに行き着いたのだ。そして、13人の生贄を捧げることで、わらわを再び蘇らせる儀式を、ついに編み出したのだ。
Indeed. As Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that. Then he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again.
13人の生贄。
13 people as sacrifices.
それが魔女の碑文、生贄の歌でございます。第1の番に6人、第2の番に2人、そして第4の番から第8の番にかけて5人。合計13人の生贄を捧げる禁じられた儀式。その生贄はランダムに決められ、儀式を執り行う金蔵自身も例外にはなりません。
That is the witch's epitaph. A song of sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight, 2 people on the second, and then 5 more people on the 4th through 8th twilights. A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kinzo himself, was no exception.
バカ野郎。この島で起こったあの凄惨な殺人が全部おかしな儀式だって言うのかよ。
Dumbass. Are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were a weird ceremony? Battler, you should have known this by now. I'd had a vague idea that this might be the case. You shouldn't have just a vague idea. You should know this by now. But I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, oh, really? And accept it.
六軒島には18人いる。13人が生贄に捧げられ、5人だけが生き残る。そしてわらわは蘇る。つまり、金蔵がわらわに再び会える確率は、だいたい3分の1といったところか。その確率に自らの命を落とし、残りわずかな寿命の最後の一瞬に、わらわとの再会を望んだのだ。
There are 18 people on Rockinjima. 13 are offered as sacrifices. 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3. He bet his own life on those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life.
そのふざけた儀式のために俺たち親族が集められたってのかよ。ふざけやがって。いい加減なことを抜かすんじゃねえ。
You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Don't fuck with me. Don't say stuff like that, damn it.
もとより契約の通りだ。
金蔵の生を終えるとき、貸し与えた黄金と、そして金蔵が生み出した財産のすべてを、わらわがもらい受けることになっておる。金蔵には散々に英雄を飲まされたが、今となっては、この1000年でも稀な時間だった。何しろ、魔女の天敵は退屈よ。それから逃れることのできる数十年間を提供した金蔵には、なるほど、それも含めて借りがあるやもしれぬ。
It was all set out in our contract from the beginning. When Kinzo's life ended, all the gold I lent him and all of the assets he created would be given to me. Yes, Kinzo did stab me in the back quite brutally, but looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life. After all, boredom is my natural enemy. To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades. Yes, you could say that I owe him for that.
わらわは金蔵のゲームに乗ることにした。そしてまず、金蔵は、後宮家当主の指輪をわらわに返却する。わらわの黄金で復興させた家だからな。そして、13人の生贄を気まぐれに決めるのだ。そしてその過程で、お前たちが右往左往し、わらわに立ち向かおうと様々な人間模様を見せてくれることは、わらわにとって非常に愉快なことだ。わらわはこの金蔵のゲームを実に気に入っている。
I decided to go along with Kinzo's game. So to start, Kinzo returns the Ushiromiya family head's ring to me. It was my gold that revived the family after all. Then, 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices. While that happens, you all run about, showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me, and entertaining me greatly. Yes, I truly have taken a liking to this game of Kinzo's.
そんな魔法話は絶対信じねえぞ。じゃあお前は誰なんだ。お前は崖から転落して死んだんだろうが、魂が抜け出して蝶になって森へ。そんなのあるわけねえだろうが。
I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. And who are you? You fell off a cliff and died, right? Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the forest? That isn't possible.
だがお前はここにいる。誰だってんだ。お前こそが19人目じゃねえのかよ。
But you're here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person?
そうであるな。わらわこそが19人目であろうな。だがダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
無駄無駄。
That is true. I am the 19th person. But it's useless, right? It's all useless.
この六軒島に19人以上の人間は存在しない。
In red, there are no more than 18 humans on this Rockinjima.
なんだってってことは18人プラス X の X は存在しないってのかよ。俺が取ったコマ X は存在しないってのかよ。
What did you say? So you're saying that the X in the 18 plus X doesn't exist? Are you saying the piece I took, the X, doesn't exist? I'm confused though why she couldn't just do that before. Unless that was just a very elaborate act to have fun or to make fun of Battler.
そういうことになります。実にご愁傷様ですよ。しかし、お嬢様は手がお早いですな。もう少し泳がせて、最後にひっくり返すものとばかり思っておりました。さて、バトラス様、紅茶のおかわりはもう結構ですか？
That is what it means. My condolences. Still, you do move fast, milady. And I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything around at the end. Well then, Battler-sama, would some more tea be agreeable?
いらねえよ、チキショウ。俺は信じないぞ。18人の中に犯人がいるわけねえ。じゃあお前は何なんだよ。どうしてここにいるんだよ。19人目が存在しないってんなら、お前は18人の誰かの変装だって言うのかよ。
I don't need it, damn it. I don't believe it. The culprit can't be one of the 18. And what are you? And why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, then are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise?
そなたにとってしぶしぶとではあっても、18人の誰かを疑うことが最後の逃げ道、キャスリングとなるであろうな。しかし、わらわはここからが難しいのだ。そなたはなりふりさえ捨てれば、18人もの人間を自在に犯人に仕立て上げられる。その18人の駒をくぐり抜け、わらわを認めさせチェックメイトに至るのは、実に難しいことよ。
Perhaps you are castling. Though reluctantly, you are doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out. However, it will be difficult for me from here on out. If you choose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely amid 18 people. Making you reach checkmate by evading those 18 pieces will be truly difficult.
そんなことするもんか。18人の誰も疑わない。疑いたくない。またここに追い込まれちまったのか。畜生。畜生、畜生。
As if I'd do that. I won't suspect any of the 18. I don't want to suspect people. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it, damn it, damn it!
三度に及んだそなたとのゲームもいよいよ終盤戦のようではないか。もう逃げ場はないぞ。お前の大好きな18人を疑いたくないだろう。わらわがそれをかぶってやるぞ。なのになぜわらわを拒むのか。
It looks like we're finally approaching the end in this third round of this game of ours. You've nowhere to run anymore, right? You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people in the 18, do you? Were you trying to hide that from me? Then why do you refuse me?
序盤は本のように、中盤は魔術師のように、そして終盤は機械のようにさせとな。これより詰めるぞ。ゆっくりじっくり確実にな。いや、それともそなたにふさわしく一気に畳みかけるのが良いのか。
They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician, and the endgame like a machine. I'll corner you from here on. Slowly, carefully, surely. Or, on the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your style more?
そなたにはそれが似合うだろう。すでにそなたの苦手とする攻め方も知り抜いておるわ。
Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do that. I'm now fully aware of the sorts of attacks you're weakest against. Flashbang. Okay. Are we just fast forwarding through events? People doing their thing. Has it reached midnight? Okay, they're discussing around the table. Yada yada. Natsu has a headache. Goes chilling in the kitchen. Kinzo gonna Kinzo. Go for the Beatrice. Achievement unlocked. 0 o'clock. Now we can begin. Oh boy. Midnight it is. Look at that. So who's dying first?
さて、この度のゲームはどう転ぶのか。委ねるもよし、抗うもよし。いずれにせよ、わしに残されたわずかの命を賭すに値する実に楽しい宴よ。
Well then, how will this game be resolved? You may submit or you may resist. Either way, it will truly be an entertaining banquet worth betting my short remaining life on. In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by light, Kinzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0 and had begun to count back again
時の刻みとは残酷なものよ。24を数えるために1日をかけてたどり着き、そして再び0に戻る。23時59分までは確かに数えただろう。しかし24時にたどり着くことはできたのだろうか。たどり着けず再び0時に戻ったと考えれば、それは何とも虚しいことよ。
Measuring time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of a day, and then returns back to 0. It certainly did count to 23:59. However, is it ever able to reach 24 o'clock? If you conclude that it returns to 0 again without reaching 24, how futile it must all be. But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. I myself am aiming for a perfect 5 out of 7. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. Ginzo, please. Oh boy, we lost him. He's rambling. In the end, he's a 0.
わしは違うぞ。わしは生きて24にたどり着く。そここそが黄金鏡。ベアトリーチェの住処なのだから。
I am different. I will live and reach 24. That itself is the Golden Land, for that is where Beatrice dwells. Ginzo had been fumbling around with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the result. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the results of fortune-telling, also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Ginzo knew tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because, since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot card's results. However, that didn't mean that Ginzo didn't take tarot card readings seriously. Ginzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest, until he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he set for this most favorable result would vary, but when he demanded the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he sought an arithmetic miracle. However, Ginzo used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over, with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be sublimated into results. This was Ginzo's personal magic interpretation. Therefore, even though Ginzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different.
今宵は思い通りにならぬな。
Tonight will not go as I thought. Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. He seemed not to be getting the results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly, and continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for.
そういうことなのか。
Is that how it is? Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. But judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his desk, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver, and dialed.
わしだ。源氏はおるか。至急だ。
It is I. Is Genji there? An urgent matter has come up. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, and she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Could she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown him I was taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this, I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her.
源氏様、カノン君も。すみません。すぐに戻らなくて、
Genji-sama, and Canon-kun too. I'm sorry, I have to go back soon. She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lovers' meeting with George.
シャノン、親方様が至急書斎へ来るようにとの仰せだ。急ぐぞ。
Shannon, the master told us to come to the study, saying it was urgent. Let us hurry.
はい、かしこまりました。一体何事なの？
Huh? Yes, certainly. What in the world?
不吉な予感がするってさ。自分で儀式を起こしておいて都合のいい話さ。
He said he had a premonition of misfortune. How convenient for him, considering he's the one who started the ceremony.
大田に気取られぬよう裏から入る。足音に気をつける。
We will enter from the back, so that Goda doesn't notice us. Hide your footsteps.
はい。姉さん、注意して。姉さんは賑やかだから。
Yes. Nei-san, take care. You're so noisy. Cannon was especially good at hiding his footsteps. Just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family, these servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps were still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Cannon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous. Eventually, they reached the back door, and the three of them entered the mansion. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell, and it seemed to hit the depths of their noses. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different than usual.
Genji-sama.
急ぐぞ。
Indeed. Let us hurry. That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison particular to Kinzo's study reached their noses.
いかがなさいましたか、源氏様。
What is it, Genji-sama?
結界が死んでいる。
Barrier is dead. After hearing Cannon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob. Powerful ward against magic. The final barrier, which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred.
親方様。親方様。源氏でございます。ここをお開けください。
Master, Master, it is Genji. Please open the door. Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study.
シャノン、背中を守れ。カノン、室内を探れ。
Shannon, guard our backs. Cannon, search inside the room.
はい。
Yes. Cannon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected.
親方様はいらっしゃられるですが、静かすぎます。
The master must be in here, but it's too quiet.
ご無事だということか。
Do you mean to say he's safe? You think that means he's safe? Oh, he dead. He is totally dead.
いえ、静かがすぎます。
No, it's too quiet.
まさか、そんな。
Could it possibly be?
親方様、扉を失礼させていただきます。
Master, excuse us about the door. Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed, other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open from the viewpoint of anyone of magical power. The heavy sound just now meant the door had been opened even for humans.
失礼いたします。
Excuse me. As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Cannon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him and again bowed deeply. Cannon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was.
お越しでございましたか。ベアトリーチェ様。
So you have come, Beatrice-sama.
源氏か。なかなかに早いな。やはり家具は主の呼びかけに素早く答える方が良い。こやつとは大違いだ。
Genji, is it? You came very quickly. Yes, it is always best when furniture answers to their master's call quickly. Unlike this person.
ロノエ様もお越しでしたか。
So, Ronove-sama has come as well. Genji directed his greeting toward the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Cannon and Shannon would never have imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight.
相変わらずさすがです。だいぶの久しぶりになりますね。それにしても老けましたね。それだけの弱いを重ねましたか。
As usual, you don't disappoint. It has been quite some time. Still, you've grown old, haven't you? Have so many years truly passed you by?
充実した日々を過ごしております。ロノエ様におかれましても、ますます充実されておりますようお見受けいたします。
My days have been full and satisfying. It appears you have been living quite a full life yourself, Ronove-sama.
ええ、おかげさまです。そしてシャノンも久しぶりですね。君は随分と美しくなった。そして随分と強くなったようですね。良いことです。
Yes, thank you. And Shannon, it has been quite some... It has been a long time since I last saw you as well. You have grown quite beautiful. And it seems that you have grown quite strong. That is fortunate.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
姉さん、あいつは一体。
Hey-san, who in the world?
カノン君とは会うのは初めてになりますね。私はベアトリーチェ様の家具頭を任されておりますロノウエと申します。源氏さんの古い馴染みですよ。あなたと同じに私も家具です。使える主は異なりますが。
This will be our first meeting, Cannon-kun. I, Ronove, have been entrusted with the position of Beatrice-sama's head furniture. I'm an old friend of Genji-san's, and I am also furniture, just like you, although the master I serve is different. The tense color didn't disappear from Cannon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind or brutal or anything else. If this person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well.
わらわもすっかり嫌われたものだ。坊主憎ければ今朝までなんとかとはよく言ったものよ。
It seems I'm thoroughly despised. It's as though you hate everything that has anything to do with me. Beatrice openly sneered at Cannon's hate-filled face. Then Cannon finally realized. Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table. But Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish?
親方様。
Master.
わらわが金蔵に伝えたのは2つ。良い知らせと悪い知らせだった。良い知らせは、儀式を終えずしてわらわと再会できる幸運を得たこと。悪い知らせは、金蔵が儀式の一番最初の生贄に選ばれてしまったことだ。
I have told Kinzo two things. There was good news and bad news. The good news is that he'll have the good fortune of being reunited with me before the ceremony ends. The bad news is that Kinzo has been selected as the very first sacrifice in the ceremony.
こればかりはわらわにもどうしようもない。実に気まぐれにルーレットにて決めたのだから。
There's absolutely nothing I can do about it, because it truly was decided by the fickle roulette.
嘘つけ。もてあそんで殺しているくせに。
Liar. We know you're just a murderer who kills for fun.
よしてカノン君。
Stop it, Cannon-kun.
さて金蔵、そろそろ負けを認める気になったのか？これにてわらわとの長きにわたる勝負は決着だな。
So, Kinzo, isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss? With this, our long contest is at an end, yeah? At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already.
是非もなし。これもまた一興か。
It is unavoidable. Perhaps even this could be amusing.
わらわもだ。そなたとの勝負に決着がつくことは万感の思いあれど、もはや恩衆を超える。楽しかったぞ。退屈しない数十年であった。
It is to me too. Resolving my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it has already surpassed love and hate. It was fun. These past few decades certainly weren't boring. Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move. And that decided it.
チェックメイト。これがわらわからそなたへの手向けだ。心置きなく眠れ。
Checkmate. This is my final tribute to you. Without any reservations, sleep.
「
Kinzo suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd, spreading his arms, as though he'd succeeded in a century-long plan. Oh, okay. That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose. And all at once, his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magic tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end, in accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground, as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he'd been completely burned up. And afterwards, nothing remained but a festering and burnt corpse that one could hardly bear to look at. Horrible.
お前が言うか。ふさわしい死に方だと思っているくせに。
You should talk, as if you didn't think that was a fitting way for him to die.
なぜお前が姿を現している？僕たちに何か用だとでも言うのか？
Why have you shown yourself? Do you have some business with us?
よしてカノン君。ベアトリーチェ様を挑発してはダメ。
Stop it, Ganon-kun. You mustn't provoke Beatrice-sama.
すっかり怯えさせてしまいましたね。
It would seem you have them absolutely terrified.
わらわはつくづくカノンとは仲良くなれぬようだ。そう嫌いでもないというのにね。
I imagine I'll never get along with Canon. Hey, it's not as though I dislike you particularly. Beatrice grinned. Canon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh.
カノン、ベアトリーチェ様の御前であるぞ。言葉遣いに気をつけなさい。
Canon, you stand in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Carefully consider your manner of speech.
ああ、構わぬぞ、源氏。好きに言わせてやれ。わらわは寛大である。
Oh, I care not, Genji. Let him say what he pleases. I am gracious.
何が寛大だ？
How are you gracious?
わらわは死にゆく者にはいつだって寛大である。
I am always gracious to those who are about to die. Are the servants about to die? Canon was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough. And they just casually walked in here.
安心せよ、カノン。そなたらがここに訪れたから生贄に選ばれるのではない。
生贄に選ばれているからこそ、ここに呼ばれているんじゃないか。
Ooh. Fear not, Canon. It isn't as though you will be selected as sacrifices just because you came here. After all, you were called here because you'd already been selected.
なんだと。
What? I still like that soundboard. Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here.
それがお望みですか。
Is that what you desire?
うん。感謝せよ、家具どもよ。そなたたちの苦難の日々は、今宵ようやく終わりを迎えた。それを告げに訪れたわらわに感謝せよ。
Indeed. Thank me, furniture. Tonight, your days of suffering will finally end. You ought to thank me for coming here to tell you this.
かしこまりました。それをお望みでしたら。
Certainly, if that is your desire. One moment. Alright, I'm back.
源氏様。
Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor, without raising an eyebrow.
親方様亡き後は、ベアトリーチェ様が我らの主。その求めに応じるのが、我らの最後の務めだ。
Now that the master is dead, Beatrice-sama is our master. Responding to her demands shall be our final duty. He said duty.
シャノ、カノ、今日までよく仕えた。その労苦もこれにて終わりだ。
Shannon, Hannon, you have done well serving until today. That hard work is now over.
源氏はさすがですね。同じ家具としてあなたを誇りに思いますよ。
As I expected of you, Genji, as your fellow furniture, I'm proud to have known you.
シャノ、異論はないか。
Shannon, do you have any objections?
はい。
No. Really?
ジョージ様から指輪を贈られたそうだな。それでもなお未練はないか。
I heard that George-sama gave you a ring. Do you still say that you have no regrets? How do you know?
はい。家具の身に過ぎた幸福でした。指輪を頂戴しただけで、私の思いはすでに達せられております。
Yes, that blessing was more than furniture deserves. Just receiving the ring has already satisfied my feelings. Bruh. Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. but she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath, and a blank expression rose to her face.
それでよい。
Very well.
シャノンがそこまでの落ち着きを得るとは少し驚きでした。あなたも家具として達観したようですね。
It does surprise me a tad to find that you've gained such composure, Shannon. It seems you too have taken a philosophical view as furniture.
惚れた男と夜も共にできず、少しは悔し涙をこぼさんのか。退屈な女よ。
Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend a night with the man you love? What a boring woman.
ベアトリーチェ様ごときにこの気持ちはわかりません。私たちの命をご所望でしたらどうぞお受け取りください。私たちは慎んでそのお務めを全うします。
This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Beatrice-sama. If you desire our lives, please accept them. We will solemnly carry out that duty. Ooh. Got a little edge to her words here.
それでいい。よくぞ言ったな。
Very well. Excellently put. Dang, even Genji.
ベアトリーチェ様の苦手なタイプのようで。
Just the type of person Beatrice-sama can't handle.
最近こやつめはだいぶ達観しよった。どうも前回いじめすぎたようだ。それを言ったらバトラもか。わらわはまだぬるいのか、それとも追い詰め方が下手なのか。いずれにせよ面白みのないやつよ。
She's been taking such a far-sighted view of things lately. I must have tormented her too much last time. Speaking of which, didn't I do the same to Battler? Am I still soft? Or is the way I corner them lacking? In any case, she's just no fun. So, does that mean that Shannon remembers last time? Do all the servants, well, the servants called furniture, remember? I wonder.
しかし、お前はまだわらわを楽しませてくれそうだよな。カノン。
However, it seems you will still entertain me, right, Canon?
カノン君。
Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Canon's face. Canon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch.
カノン、わらわは退屈を何より嫌う。そしてお前を除く二人が素直に死を受け入れるもので面白くない。だからそなたにはわらわの期待を裏切らないでもらいたいものだ。
Canon, I hate boredom more than anything. And the fact that the other two have obediently accepted their deaths isn't amusing at all. So, I hope you don't betray my expectations.
僕を慰み者にしようというのか。
Are you trying to make me your plaything? Canon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, His opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe around. He was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist, like the other two, the only way he could strike back at her?
煉獄の七姉妹が長女、ルシファー。いでよ。
Eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory, Lucifer, arise. Wait, why is she using the stakes already? I thought they were only used afterwards.
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Lucifer of pride, right here.
カノン、家具に魔女と戦えというのも酷な話よ。そなたがいくら怒りに駆られようとも、勝算のない戦いでは希望も持てまい。無論、勝ち目のない戦いでは、わらわも退屈というもの。
Canon, it would be far too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch. No matter how much anger spurs you on, you would have no hope in a battle without a chance of success. Of course, such a battle would be boring for me as well.
ならば、家具は家具。家具同士で決着をつけてはどうか。それならば、勝てる希望も持てるであろう。
So, let it be furniture against furniture. Why not resolve it with a battle between you two? That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right?
恐れながらベアトリーチェ様、私がそのような出来損ないの家具に劣るようなことがありましょうか？こんな可愛い子に私が万一にも負けるようなことなど。
Forgive me, Beatrice-sama, but how could I be inferior to this good-for-nothing furniture? As if this cutie would have any chance against me.
我が家具、煉獄の七杭を打ち破ってみせよ。見事打ち破ってみせたなら、そうだな。13人の生贄を逃れることのできる5人を、そなたに自由に決めさせてやろう。そなたの推薦する5人を、わらわは無条件にて、黄金鏡に迎え入れる。それならばどうか？
Prove that you can defeat my furniture with 7 stakes of purgatory. If you manage to win through, let us see. I will let you select the 5 who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices. I will welcome the 5 you recommend into the Golden Land without any conditions. How about that? Well, you see, I think that is a very, 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 thinly veiled deception. He says to defeat the 7 stakes of purgatory, so not just the one in front of him. Even if he could win, he'd still have to defeat the 6 other sisters. I think that's just a trap. Canon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Canon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive, so that he could be invited to the Golden Land and have his wish granted by Beatrice there.
そなたは家具は嫌だと泣いたな。そなたの望み、叶えてやろうぞ。枕を濡らしてまで望んだ人間の体を与えてやろうぞ。
どうだ？そうすればジェシカとも結ばれるぞ。おお、ちょうどよい。黄金鏡へ招ける5人にジェシカとそなたを推薦すればよい。
You cried, saying that you'd had enough of being furniture, right? I shall grant your desire. I shall give you that human body you wanted so much you cried yourself to sleep. What do you say? That way you and Jessica could be together, yeah? Oh, just perfect. You may recommend that Jessica and yourself be invited to the Golden Land.
自分だけが幸せになることに抵抗があるならば、さらにシャノンとその思い人であるジョージを加えればよい。義理があるならばさらに源氏も加えればよい。おお、これで5人だ。十分ではないか、カノン。これだけのご褒美があれば。そなたはわらわを退屈させはしないよな。
If you alone finding happiness isn't a satisfying solution for you, then you can add in Shannon and George, the one she loved. If you're worried about duty, then you can also add Genji. Oh, that's 5 people. Isn't that enough, Canon? With this much of a reward? You won't let me get bored, will you?
どうせ戯れよ。耳を貸す必要はない。
She's just playing with you. There's no need to listen to her.
僕は嫌だ。姉さんはそれでいいの？
I don't like it. Are you okay with this, Nasan? Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words.
僕は嫌だ。幸せになりたい。家具なんてもう嫌だ。人間になって普通の恋がしたい。僕も姉さんのように海が青いってことを知りたいんだ。
I don't like it. I want to be happy. I've had enough of being furniture. I want to become human and have normal love. I want to know that the ocean is blue like you. Okay. That's great and all, but you have an absolute 0 chance of success. How young. I'm jealous.
だから若者は好きなのだ。源氏、シャノンは下がれ。カノン、ルシファーは前へ。
That's why I like the young ones. Genji, Shannon, stay back. Canon, Lucifer, forward.
仰せのままに。
As you command.
気に入らないわ。ベアトリーチェ様は無理でも、私にだったら勝てるかもしれないという見下しが、最高に気に入らないわ。
I don't like it. The way you look down on me, as if Beatrice-sama would be impossible. But with me, at least, you'd have a chance. I really don't like it. Yeah, I don't know what's going through Canon's head that makes him think that he has a chance in hell. That was probably humiliating for Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself.
来い。魔女の家具。いつまでも僕を見くびることができると思うな。
Come, furniture of the witch. Don't think that you can look down on me forever.
さバトラー、楽しい見せ物の時間であるぞ。
So, Battler, isn't this a fun show? Also, I'm amazed that Canon is actually lasting more than one hit. Like, what was he? Was he fighting Wrath before? He just... I guess that was in the second episode when he was defending Jessica and he had faced one of the Seven Sisters and he just got instantly annihilated. So honestly, this is not really making a whole lot of sense. I mean, unless, like I said, the experience carries over, the memories carry over. But still, that seems like it's pushing it a bit. And it almost seems like Pride is on the defensive. Not sure. Damn it. Another weird thing's happening. Like I'd ever believe in a magic battle.
ほらほら、目をつむらずにちゃんと見ろよ。ほらほら、ほらほら、魔法だよ、家具だよ。そなたがどんなにわらわや魔法の存在を否定しようとも。ほらほら、ほらほらほらほら。
Look, look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look, look, look. It's magic. It's furniture. It's magic furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me in magic. Look, 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 look.
こうして目の前でブオンブオンカキンカキンやられちゃ台無しだよな。ほらほらほらほら、もう思考なんて止めちまえよ。魔法はあるんだって、これはファンタジーなんだって。目を閉じるなよ、しっかり見ろよ。ほらほらほらほらほら。
Okay. If you've got all this happening right in front of you, it'd be a waste to miss it, don't you think? Look, look, look. Just stop thinking. Magic exists. This is fantasy. Don't close your eyes. Look closely. Look, 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 look. All that look, 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 look. It's getting a little annoying.
畜生畜生畜生畜生。
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
魔性を認めない、魔法を認めない。でもこんなにあからさまにやられちまったらなんだっていやいいんだ。
I won't accept witches. I won't accept magic. But if it's being done right in the open like that, what am I supposed to say?
クソクソクソクソ。
Damn it.
ほら、目を背けるなよ、しっかり見ろよ。魔法はあるんだよ、ファンタジーなんだよ。推理ごっことかやめちまえよ。知ってんだよ、ものを考えんの本当は苦手なんだろう。やめちまえやめちまえ。ほらほら、どうせファンタジー、どうせファンタジー。
Come now, don't turn away. Look closely, okay? Magic exists. This is fantasy, so stop playing detective. I know your secret. You actually don't really like to think things through, right? Then just stop. Stop! Look, look, it's gotta be fantasy. Gotta be fantasy. Yeah, like how is he supposed to refute this if like he's seeing it as it happens? Like what is the point of even having the game then? Shut up, shut up, shut up! Don't talk to me!
こいつ意地になっちゃって。私になら勝てるなんて思い上がりをしたことを今すぐ床に這いつくばって謝ってごらんなさい。そうしたら特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。
This guy's getting stubborn. Won't you apologize and crawl on the ground right now for being so conceited that you thought you could beat me? If you did, I wouldn't mind forgiving you, okay?
生きながら生皮を剥がして絶命するまで全身を鞭打ってのたうち回らすのを特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。
Then you wouldn't have to have your skin ripped off while you're still alive, or get lashed all over your body as you squirm until you die.
可愛い子なんだから謝っちゃいなさいよ。そうしたらあなただけは最高に素敵な気分の中で優しく優しく生かせてあげる。
You're a cutie, so apologize. If you do, I'll finish you off so gently, while it still feels great.
黙れ魔女の家具。お前と問答するつもりはない。
Be silent, furniture of the witch. I have no intention of speaking with you.
私なんか眼中にないというのね。気に入らないわ。畏怖を感じないその目。本当に気に入らないわ。
So you're saying you think nothing of me? That disrespectful gaze of yours is really ticking me off.
カノン君。
あやつ、サタンの時よりも筋がいいではないか。
Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan? Okay, good. So they're actually bringing this point up.
だから人間は恐ろしいのです。たまに魔女にまでなり、悪魔を執事扱いにしたりいたしますよ。
This is why humans are so frightening. In fact, sometimes they even become witches and treat demons as butlers.
わらわはどちらを応援すればよいというのか。
So, what should I cheer on?
こいつ、私と互角に渡り合うというの？
Are you saying this guy's on par with me?
僕を見くびるな。お前にそのおごりがある限り、僕には決して勝てない。
Don't look down on me. As long as you have that pride, you'll never defeat me. Well, I guess you can't beat him then, because she is the sister of pride.
私がこの煉獄の七姉妹が長女ルシファーを指して決して勝てないと？こんな思い上がりが！
You speak of Lucifer, the eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory? And say that I cannot win? How conceited! Epilepsy. What? Canon was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans, the power of the heart.
これまでだ。お前は僕に決して勝てない。
That's as far as you go. You cannot win against me. The glowing red curve extended straight out from Canon's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat, just beneath the tip of her chin.
何よこれ。この私がこんなの。何かの間違いよ。
What is this? How could I? There must be some mistake. As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her.
ほう、やるな、カノン。見事だ。わらわを退屈させなかった。それに比べ、わらわの家具のなんと情けないことか。
Oh, well done, Canon. Wonderful, you haven't bored me. How pitiful my furniture is compared to that. Now, I assume that counts as his win then. But is she going to pull out the other 6? That wording was pretty suspicious when she gave those conditions.
ルシファー、お嬢様を退屈させていますよ。やはりあなたには荷が勝ちすぎた相手でしたか。
Lucifer, you are boring, milady. Was this opponent really too much for you to handle?
失望するぞ、七食いの長女。
I'm disappointed, sister, eldest of the 7 states. It would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid.
この出来損ない家具が！
You good-for-nothing furniture! She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. That form was a demon stake, which bounced off the walls surrounding the room.
よくも私にここまで恥をかかせたな！殺す！殺す！殺す！殺す！このぬるまが！私の姿をもはや追うこともできないくせに！もう遊ばないよ。本気で怒ったわよ。お前の心臓を一撃で貫いてやるよ。ぶっすりざっくり貫いて、真っ赤な血の噴水を天井にまで届かせてやるよ。死ねー！
How could you shame me so much? Kill, 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 kill! You blockhead! Even though you can't follow my movements anymore. I won't play around anymore. I'm seriously mad. I'll pierce your heart in one blow. I'll plow right through you, make a mountain of... a fountain of bright red blood reaching the ceiling. Die!
カノン君。
Oh, did it get him? After flying about wildly for some time, with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Cannon's heart. She could tell that it was Cannon's blood by the sweet taste of it. But she quickly noticed one thing. Oh, did he block his heart with, like, his arm or something? She hadn't pierced his heart.
ほう。
これだから人間は恐ろしい。紅茶はいかがですかな？
This is why humans are frightening. Would you like some black tea?
今はよい。紅茶もいらぬほどに面白い。
I am fine for now. This is so amusing, I don't even need any.
カノ君。
おごったな。だからお前は僕に勝てないんだ。
You are arrogant again. I told you that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Cannon's blood. But it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Cannon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant, even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her. In her pride, she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So, just as she announced, she had aimed it for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Cannon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon stake sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big you could clearly see through to the other side. Cannon's face was filled with pain, but right now, he had won without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again, so that Cannon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. It's my victory, Beatrice. Cannon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Cannon had no obligation to be considerate. Even so, Cannon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism? His pity for another furniture? Or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat.
お見事ですよ、カノン。あなたの奮闘により、金蔵の研究の正しさが一つ実証されました。
Spectacular, Canon. Your great efforts have proven the correctness of some of Kinzo's research. Ronove was clapping his hands. Cannon, who had won at great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close, Ronobe's applause only felt like mockery.
人の心はあらゆる可能性を秘めるか。いやはやこれだから人間は恐ろしい。あっぱれであるぞカノン。そなたは勝利した。見事だ。
All possibilities dwell within the human heart, was it? My, this is why humans are frightening. Well done, Canon. You were victorious. Spectacular.
大丈夫カノン君。
Are you okay, Canon-kun? Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood.
見事であるぞカノン。実に見事である。わらわも少しは番狂わせを期待した。それを裏切らぬとは、そなたは誠に素晴らしき家具であるぞ。見直した。正直見直したぞ。
That was incredible, Canon. Truly incredible. Even I was hoping, at least a little, for an upset. That you didn't let me down makes you truly splendid furniture. I think better of you now. I honestly think better of you.
約束を忘れてはいないだろうな、ベアトリーチェ。
You haven't forgotten our promise, right, Beatrice?
もちろん忘れてはおらぬぞ。魔女も悪魔も非道ではある。だがしかし、契約に限っては人間など及ばぬほどに高潔だ。
Indeed. Of course I haven't forgotten. Witches and demons may be inhumane. However, we are much more noble than humans when it comes to keeping promises. Now, is she gonna do what I think?
わらわは保護にはせぬ。そなたが勝利したなら、13人の生贄を逃れることができる5人を自由に決める権利を保証した。
I will not go back on my word. I guaranteed that if you won, I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices.
ベアトリーチェ様、私はまだ敗れたわけでは。
Beatrice-sama, it's not like I've... When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. Okay. That was sort of funny the way they did that. Just 180 the PNG. So, as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. What? The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first usually don't agree.
お嬢様、さすがにやりすぎでは。
Milady, isn't that a little much?
それもそうであるな。許してやるか。
Perhaps you are right. I suppose I'll forgive her. Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So, as a horribly natural result, this time she fell properly, back onto the floor. Speed.
ベアトリーチェ様、お許しを。
Beatrice-sama, forgive me.
何を怯えておるか。わらはもはや許したぞ。
さてカノン、続けようではないか。
What are you so afraid of? I have already forgiven you, haven't I? So, Canon, shall we continue?
何をだ。まさか彼女にとどめを刺せとでも言うつもりなのか。
Continue what? You aren't saying you want me to finish her, are you?
ああ、違う違う。まだ終わっちゃいないだろうが。
Ah, no, no. It isn't over yet, right? Yep, here it comes. I knew it. He's gonna have to beat the rest of the 6, and that's pretty much impossible.
何をだ。はぐらかすな。
Well, the rest of the 7. He's gonna have to beat the next 6. What isn't? Stop dodging the question.
わらわは確かにそなたと約束したぞ。わらわの家具、煉獄の七杭を打ち破ったなら、とな。
I did promise to you your reward, didn't I? If you could defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory, right? Yep. There we go. Called it.
さあさあおいでなさい、煉獄の七杭。不甲斐なき長女の6人の妹たち。
Come, arise. The 7 stakes of purgatory. The 6 younger sisters of the worthless elder sister. The air split with shrill laughter, and as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of purgatory were here, after Canon was able to defeat only one by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Canon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. He had been foolish to assume that a game against a witch would be on an even footing.
だっせー。お姉様、どうして床に這いつくばってるの？
Lame. Ode-sama, why are you crawling on the floor?
お前たち。
You people.
だからお姉様はダメなのよ。少女を偉そうに名乗るくせに上っ面だけなのよ。
I told you One-sama's useless. Even though she acts like she's so great just because she's the oldest, that's only on the outside.
まったく。ルシファーお姉様一人の集体が私たちへの評価を下げるのよ。恥を知りなさいな、この未熟者が。
Yeah, seriously. Lucifer One-sama, your disgraceful behavior will damage the reputation of us all. Know your shame, you novice.
タロンくん、すごいすごい。でもいい気にならないことよ。ルシファーお姉様なんて威張ってるだけで姉妹の中じゃ大したことないんだから。
Canon-kun, that was totally awesome. But don't get cocky, okay? Lucifer One-sama brags all the time, but she's no big deal compared to the rest of us sisters.
だからルシファー姉は何もしなくていいといつも言っている。お姉様は威張ってだけいればいい。荒事はすべて優秀な私たちで片付けるのだから。
That's why I'm always saying Lucifer Ne shouldn't do anything. Just let her keep bragging all the time. After all, those of us with talent can handle all the tough jobs.
お姉様、どうする？私たちはお姉様のプライドを尊重して、そのボロボロの体で再び挑むのを期待して手出しをしないつもりなんだけれど。
What are you gonna do, One-sama? Out of respect for your pride, we're planning to stay out of your way, in the hopes that you'd challenge him again in that beat-up body of yours.
でもカノン君は強いわよね。今のお姉様じゃもうどうあがいても勝ち目はないわよね。
But Canon-kun sure is strong, right? Right now, no matter how much you struggle, there's no way you could win, right?
お前たち
You people!
やれやれ、いつも賑やかな姉妹たちであるな。今は仲違いをしている場合か。そなたらは7人揃ってこその煉獄の7姉妹であろうが、仲良くしてわらわの仕事を遂行せよ。迅速にな。
My, you sisters are always so lively. Is this any time to fight amongst yourselves? It's only together that you're the 7 stakes of purgatory, correct? Now, play nice and execute the tasks I give you. And swiftly, okay?
ねえルシファーお姉様、私たち妹の力が借りたいなら言ってよ。お姉様の口から助けを求める言葉が聞きたいの。
Hey, Lucifer One-sama. If you want to borrow the power of your little sisters, then say it, okay? We want to hear you ask us for help with your own mouth.
私をこれ以上苦労する気か。
Do you plan to mock me even more?
愚かでひ弱で見苦しくて情けないこの長女のルシファーをどうか妹の皆様お助けくださいってねえ聞かせてよ。それを聞かせてくれたら助けてあげる。それでいいわよねみんな。
I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful, Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg my younger sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it. If you let us hear that, we'll save you. Okay, everyone?
お前たちおのれ
Bitch! The 7 Sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Even Canon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it.
私がそのようなことを口にできるものか。
As if I could say something like that.
早くせよ。どうせお前一人では拉致が開かぬわ。早く7姉妹にてカノンを撃て。
Quickly now. Clearly we won't make any progress here with you alone. Hurry up. Let the 7 sisters strike cannon.
そら、どうしましたか、ルシファー。お嬢様の命令ですよ。
My, what is the matter, Lucifer? This is an order from a lady, is it not?
ひどい。
How cool. After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request.
愚かでひ弱で見苦しくて
I, the foolish, weak, ugly,
情けない
and shameful.
情けないこの長女ルシファーをどうか
and shameful. Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg. The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying and broke down crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly. Oof.
ちょっと泣いてごまかさないで。まだ言い切ってない。
Wait a sec. Don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it.
もう十分だろう。さあ姉妹たち、我らの力を見せてやろう。
That should be enough. Come, sisters. Let us display our power.
私は全部聞かなきゃ満足しないわよ。ほらほらお姉様、続けてよ。
I won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing, okay? Come on, One-sama. Keep going.
もう十分よ。さあ、この屈辱は姉妹全員の屈辱。生かして返しはしないわよ。
That's enough. Come on. This shame affects us all. We won't let them leave here alive. Ah, yes, wrath.
さて、哀れな家具をどのように遊んでやろうかしら。素敵な提案はある？
Okay, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful plans?
ベルゼは仲良く7人でカノン君を分けっこしたらいいと思います。
Yes, yes. Belze thinks the 7 of us should get along and split Cannon up between us.
良い提案だな。それでなら姉妹でみんな仲良しだ。
Good idea. That way all of the sisters can get along.
なら私頭部ね。
Then I'll take the head.
手足はあんたらにあげるわ。
I'll leave the limbs and guts to you all.
やだやだ、ダメ。私が頭なの。
No, no, no. I get the head.
そんな約束意味があるわけないでしょ。早い者勝ちに決まってるわ。
There's no way that promise will mean anything, right? First one there wins.
どんな殺され方がいいかカノン君の提案があったら教えてね。7姉妹でとびっきりの殺し方をしてあげる。
Cannon-kun, if you've got any ideas for how we should kill you, just tell us, okay? The 7 sisters will kill you in an awesome way.
くそ。
Damn.
ここまで恥をかかせたんだもの。八つ咲きでも足りない。百咲きにしてくれる。行くよお前たち。
Ah, you've shamed me so deeply. Slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough. I'll slice you into 100 pieces. Here we go, everyone. Yes, Ode-sama. The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would genuinely follow their master's order. Take Cannon down, swiftly. 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Cannon. They tortured Cannon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding on to him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. Oh, she's interfering? At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the two of them, like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Canon.
何？ずるい！あんたは関係ないでしょ？
What? You're mean. This has nothing to do with you.
きっとこれはあれよ。私たちと一緒に遊びたいのよ。
Ah, I see. You must want to play with us.
なら私がもらうわ。いっただき。
Then I'll take it. All mine.
ベアトリーチェ様、シャノンを私たちの獲物にしても？
Beatrice-sama, can we take Shannon as our prey?
ん？ああ、構わんぞ、好きにしろ。お前たちの悪食にはカノン一人では足らなかろうしな。
Hmm? Ah, I don't mind. Do as you like. It seems Canon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony.
ありがたき幸せ。さあ、シャシャリ出てきたことを後悔させてやろう。
You have our deepest gratitude. Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited.
どっちがどっちかわからないくらいの肉片にして、混ぜてミンチにしてハンバーグにしてあげる。
I'll turn you into scraps of meat so unrecognizable you won't be able to tell which is which. Mix you and mix you and mince you into hamburgers. Ugh.
バカね。それよりあの結界を破る方が先でしょうが。食い意地より先に仕事しなさい。
Idiot. Breaking that barrier should come first, right? Don't let your gluttony get in the way of your job.
はい、お姉さん。
Yes, One-sama. As a horribly natural first action, the seven sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it, and it was firm, like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or a hatchet. For the seven sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible. Epilepsy. A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a hatchet, a saw. No, a chainsaw by now.
愚かな。君の結界ではその子たちを防ぎきれないことは知っていたでしょうに。なぜ？
How foolish. Even though you must know that your barrier can't fully protect you from these girls. Why?
見過ごせないからです。
Because I couldn't overlook it. As Shannon covered Cannon, who was already at his limits, sprawled on the floor, she spoke back resolutely.
シャシャリでなければ眠るような死を与えてやったのに、なぜわざわざ七姉妹の前に身をさらすのか。死は同じではないぞ。苛烈な死は死してなお苛むぞ。
If you hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a death like sleep. Why have you gone to all the trouble of exposing yourself before the seven sisters? Not all deaths are the same. A cruel death will cause you far more anguish than merely dying.
どうぞ、お好きなように。あなたがしたいことを好きにするように、 私もしたいことを好きにしたまでです。
Go ahead. Do as you like. Just as you always do what you want. I did what I wanted.
どうにもそなたはこのところ面白みに欠けるな。恋というやつは達するかどうかのあたりが一番面白い。
At any rate, you're not quite amusing at the present moment. Romance is most interesting when you're wondering whether it will succeed or not.
達してしまった後の女はさながら産卵を終えた鮭のごとしか。そなたにはもう飽きた。
Once it does succeed, a woman is like a salmon who has finished laying its eggs. I have already tired of you.
ありがとう。魔女から聞ける言葉で最も嬉しい言葉です。
Thank you. No words from a witch would make me happier.
ならせめて最後にわらを思いっきり喜ばせる死に方をしてみせろよ。七姉妹を聞こえたな。シャノンの殺し方、お前たちの残虐の限りを見せてみよ。
Then at the end, or at least in the end, let me see you die in a truly entertaining manner. Seven sisters, can you hear me? Kill Shannon in a way that shows me the limits of brutality.
シャン。
申し訳ございません。やはり私には源氏様の高みには至れませんでした。
My apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to reach your level, Genji-sama.
姉さんはバカだ。僕なんか放っておけば姉さんまでひどい目に遭うことは。
You're an idiot, Nei-san. If you just let me be, you might not have had to meet a horrible end.
ううん、いいの。ジョージ様に指輪をもらって女として生きられた。あなたをかばって姉として生きられた私のせいはすべてこれで未練なく全うした。
No, it's fine. I have received a ring from George-sama and lived as a woman. I have protected you and lived as a sister. With this, my life is complete, with no regrets.
イライラするぜ。その達観が本当にイラつくぜ。だから家具なんだよ。お前からは人間の匂いがしねえんだよ。
You're pissing me off. That philosophical take really is irritating. Like I said, you're furniture. You don't even smell like a human.
わらわを見ろよ。わらわこそ人間だろうが。家具のくせにわらわよりも完成されたかのような達観したかのようなことを言うんじゃねえ。
Look at me. I am a human. Don't spout off philosophical crap. Like you're more complete than I am, you furniture. Excuse me? Beatrice just called herself a human? Oh? I wonder if Battler can take advantage of that.
醜い。その未練があなたの正体なの。
How ugly. Are those regrets what you truly are?
未練じゃねえ。それが生きるってもんだ。指輪もらったから死んでもいいとか。理解できねえ。さっぱりがっかり愕然呆然。全然ダメだぜ。無駄無駄。
They aren't regrets. This is called living. What's this about not minding if you die just because you were given a ring? I can't understand it. It's incomprehensible, disappointing, outrageous, stunning, and it's all useless.
お嬢様、少し品がないかと。
Milady, perhaps you're acting a tad undignified.
うるさいわ家具が。さあの楽に死なせてもらえると思うなよ。舌を噛むなら今のうちだ。
Shut up, furniture. Shannon, do you think I'll let you die so easily? Now's the time to bite your tongue.
哀れね。もしも私の目にあなたのその姿が映って、それ己が醜さにおののくといい。
How pitiful. If you can see yourself reflected in my eyes, then shudder at your own ugliness. Ooh.
安心しろよ。てめえはそれよりさらにめちゃくちゃぐちゃぐちゃに生きながら醜く潰してやるからよ。
Fear not. Once I've crushed you up, you'll be much more ugly even while you still live. At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then, Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand.
源氏様、
十分だ。先に休みなさい。
You've already done enough. Go to sleep before me.
はい、ありがとうございます、源氏様。
Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Indeed. After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. Dang. When Genji removed his hand, bright red fresh blood oozed out of there. It only happened for the first instant. It was shaped like a crimson rose. And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her, no matter how evilly they tortured her. This scene left Beatrice and the seven sisters stunned. Only Ronove wore a mysterious smile. Then Genji leaned over Cannon, who was crouching on the floor.
よく頑張った。お前ももう休むといい。
You did well. You should sleep now too.
はい。ありがとうございます、源氏様。
Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Cannon's eyes with his hand, then gently pressed the area around Cannon's collarbone with his other hand. And when his hand was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose there. Ah, my eyes. But that rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out.
何よそれ。
What is that?
つまらぬやつ。生命の風船は針にてつき、威勢よく割るから面白いのだろうが。
What a boring person. Even though it's so fun to poke the balloon of life with a needle so that it forcefully explodes.
見事です、源氏。それでこそ家具です。
Spectacular, Genji. You truly are furniture.
ありがとうございます。それではベアトリーチェ様、ロノウェ様、これをもって私の最後のお務めとし、おいとまをさせていただきます。
Thank you very much. Well then, Beatrice-sama, Ronove-sama, with this as my final task, allow me to rest.
わらわの楽しみを勝手に奪いおって。この二人をギッタギタのぐっちゃぐちゃにしたかった分、そなたがそれを変わるのであろうな。
Damn you, snatching away my fun. Why don't I take all the thrashing and mashing I wanted to do to them and give it to you instead? Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression, but Ronove spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile.
ご苦労でした。あなたは私の最高のしもべです。これまでの労をねぎらうに値する安らかな眠りを、あなたへの最後の褒美として取らせましょう。
You have worked hard. You are my greatest servant. As a final gift, I shall bestow upon you a peaceful sleep, fitting for all the labors you have performed.
おい、勝手な真似を。
What? Wait, it's not your place to. When Ronove snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor like a puppet with his strings cut. Suddenly, and yet gently, he crumpled, falling into a sleep that no witch could call him back from. It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Cannon.
なんだよ、ロノウェイ。拍子抜けでつまらぬぞ。
What was that, Ronove? What a boring anticlimax.
お嬢様は偉大なる大魔女ではございませんか。この程度、気に留めるほどにもございませんよ。シャノンごときの挑発で頭に血を上らせるなど、らしくもない。
Are you not a mighty great witch, milady? What happened here is hardly worth your concern. It isn't like you to let the provocation of someone like Shannon get to you. What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Runaway laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of as though lamenting the complexity of humanity in a woman's heart, and ordered the seven sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. The seven sisters disappeared in ecstasy. I was not expecting Genji to do that. And he actually got away with it. Huh. Anyway. Finally, that scene ended. Oh my goodness, it's past 12:30 here. So, it's about time for me to end. And let's see if anybody is currently streaming that I want to raid. Not really. So I guess I'll just end stream there then. If anybody new is sticking around here, and you're interested in social media, we've got some links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter down below the stream under the socials banner, or you can type into chat !Discord, YouTube, or Twitter, and it will give you a link in chat. Let's see. Tomorrow should be Guardian Tales World 16. It's supposed to release in the update tonight, I believe. And I think that's about it. Well, in the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.